know the word circular economy and life cycle assessment, but maybe not all of you have a big overview about what are the applications of these words. So today we have invited different experts from companies and from the academic world. From companies, we have Massimiliano Tellini, it's Global Head of Circular Economy in Intesa San Paolo Innovation Center, and also Matteo Guglielmino, ELB Specialist in Stellantis. But we have also experts from the academic world, so Gianandrea Blengini, Associate Professor at Politecnico Torino, and Francesca De Michelis, Assistant Professor at Politecnico Torino. So I would like to start with Max. Maybe it's from online.
Hi.
Hi, Max.
Everybody.
How are you?
Sorry, still battling with COVID, so sorry for not being able to be with you and, of course, to join the other distinguished panelists. But, of course, this is somehow the situation right now. So I need to, of course, connect from remote. Good morning, everybody.
Don't worry, Max. Hope you will be fine. So I would like to start with you because I wanted, if you wanted to introduce the concept of circular economy and how the group in Intesa San Paolo is involved in this. So if you want to start, for us, it could be very great.
Okay, first of all, of course, again, many thanks for inviting us to join this important event and such an interesting panel, I would say. Let me just anticipate that as European citizen, I'm sort of proud of what we Europeans, we are somehow achieving at European level through the institutions and through the commitment that the public institutions are somehow undertaking towards a more circular economy as a whole. And I will explain a little bit later what I'm referring to. If we can switch to the second slide, we can see, of course, my name is Max Tellini, and I have the privilege to lead the circular economy initiatives within the Intesa San Paolo Innovation Center, which is based in Turin and is the company from Intesa San Paolo banking group devoted to promote and discover innovations. And so from there, we have been starting our journey on circular economy back in 2014, 2015. If we can move to the next slide, to me, it's clear that we need to focus specifically on, I would say, a real hard topic, which is somehow less common in the public discourse when we do talk about circularity. So for one sec, I ask you to forgive my sort of frankness and provocation, but I would like to say that we are not talking about environmental policies, for example. We are not talking about something which is only based on an environmental ambition. Of course, circularity does have strong implications from an environmental consequence standpoint, and so there are positive impacts in becoming circular. But the core of the circular economy strategy is actually on a redesign. And this is exactly why, because when we look, for example, at usual mass production goods that we use and we dispose of, we do realize how important, of course, is somehow not to trash in the correct way and to recycle and to make sure that we are not polluting the environment. But this is actually not solving the problem even of the pollution itself, because at the end we do understand how the common goods, the usual common goods, have not been designed since the beginning to really be somehow even compostable, to be back to the natural capital of the planet. So this is exactly why circular economy does not have much to do with waste management, but actually with the redesign of products, with the redesign and the conceptualization of what is the user experience that we can make of specific goods. And this is exactly why circular economy is a matter of redesign, not only of specific components, not only of specific materials, and we will see how this is going to impact also the battery world from the European perspective. Just last month, there has been a new proposal from the European Commission to the Parliament to have a new legislation in place about the management of batteries, to have batteries that have less chemical components and so on and so on. But again, it's not only about the design about specific products, it's also about the redesign of the industrial relationships that do occur within the value chain, value creation, value chain processes of our economy. So this is why circular economy is, as the word says, a new economy. And one of the principles you see on the bottom of the slides, one, of course, is design out waste and pollution from the concept of the economy itself. So the concept itself of waste management is really somehow counterintuitive when we do talk about circularity, because circular economy is also the sort of, now going beyond what we did invent as mankind when we do have to deal with the waste management. Then, of course, there is the tendency to have a better utilization of existing resources, so resource efficiency, and then again, a strong, I would say, defining difference between what is sustainability at large from the standard traditional standpoint and circularity, because with the circularity, we are trying to make sure that we are able to regenerate natural systems, natural capital, which is exactly the difference between being able to be compostable for something, to be back into the environment, to be back and to be actually additive to the natural environment, rather than trying to, I would say, limit the detrimental effect. So it's not the matter of polluting less, but it's actually to regenerate natural capital. And this is one of the key distinctions that, from a theoretical standpoint, we can see at work in the circular economy. Going through the next slides, I would surpass this. I mean, this is clearly a sort of a very, I would say, basic sort of summary, where we want to distinguish why circularity is now the next frontier for the approach of becoming truly sustainable. In a sense that, again, a little provocation here as well, sustainability has been tremendously important, and thanks God we are where we are, thanks to the effort that also the corporate social responsibility and the sustainability agenda has been pushing for the last 25 years. But then there are experts that are saying that sustainability somehow has been falling to achieve its objectives because, of course, it has been transformed into a more reporting greenwashing exercise. So sustainability, if we think for a sec, is more aimed at make whatever is existing sustainable as an ambition. But when we do realize that we do live in the linear economy, which is not sustainable at all, we do see how conflictual could be the aim of transforming something that cannot be sustainable into something sustainable as well. So circularity doesn't want to make the linear model sustainable. The circularity aims to change the model, to change and transform the economic paradigm. This is why at Intesa Sanpaolo, we do believe there is great potential for intuition, for creativity, for design, and for finance to support this kind of transition. So go back to the batteries word. Next slide. We are talking about something which is at the core of how electricity is now paving the way for the new wave of mobility and for the new wave of decarbonizing the automotive sector. So there has been already a tremendous pressure from the industry as well to move towards a more sustainable way of moving. But again, the problem is, of course, with the management of the materials, of the critical materials, of the rare critical materials that are part of the batteries. Of course, today there are experts that can also guide us into this process. What is important for me to share on this topic is just what I was anticipating at the beginning about how the European Parliament is at present working to make sure that our economy becomes more circular. On the 30th of March, the European Commission has been proposing to the European Council, to the European Parliament, a new proposal of regulation for the circular economy as a whole. You will see there is a specific paragraph, number 5, which does command for the European economy to have circular business models. And circular business models do command the option to prefer the access to the service of a good rather than the ownership of the good itself. It's truly, I would say, a tremendous transformation. There is a radical evolution in the economy proposed by the European Commission. And so there is a proposal for digitalization and also for digital passport for goods and for all the goods produced in Europe. Of course, batteries is a specific field. We all know how much technology and how much this is under scrutiny from now the environmentalists and from the different stakeholders groups. But of course, we know that this is the direction to be pursued. And of course, there is an ambition to make even a fourth sort of categories of batteries. We all know today there is the car battery, there is the sort of appliances batteries, and then there is the industrial batteries. European Commission is now pushing for introducing even light vehicles batteries, because we all know with now the introduction of new light mobility solutions, how batteries are helping this kind of wave. So we understand this is the way. Innovation is key. And again, we are not just talking about environmental component. We are talking about industrial redesign and ecosystems to make sure that the transition is achieved. Going quick at the next slides. This is why Intesa Sanpaolo does believe circular economy. It's a matter of course, strategic innovation. This is why our top management, starting from our CEO, started back in 2016 with a journey to put Intesa Sanpaolo at the forefront of this transition. Of course, we do understand how finance is key, and more banks could embrace this kind of approach, because we do believe that finance does have a crucial role in supporting the transition. Next slide says why we are doing all this. We are the first bank globally to be a strategic partner of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. And you will see that the first name at the top left of the slide is BlackRock, the biggest asset manager in the world as of today. Then you see a bunch of companies that do represent the best, I would say, examples of corporate work today. Here, there is a transition where corporate agenda is driving change for the transition to a circular economy. Next slides, and I'm closing on that, is going to anticipate why for us is so crucial to undertake the perspective of circular economy from a financial perspective. Because for us, there is evidence, and this is thanks to a collaboration with also the academia, we do see here how going circular for companies does basically represent a position to become less risky from a credit standpoint, to the point where a company becoming circular with a specific degree of circularity does have the chance to have lesser probability of default on its credit at both 1 year and 5 year terms. This is circularity from the financial perspective. Again, flagging the relevance of such a transition from economic standpoint, even before the environmental one. Going quickly through the last slides, the circular economy plafond is now 8 billion credit facility put forward by the top management with the latest strategic plan 2022-2025. So 8 billion euros that we are going to disburse for innovative projects in the circular economy space. And also we have a specific, I would say, venue. Is not only physical, it's also digital, to become the partner of choice for this transition. With the next slides, I introduce to you the Circular Economy Lab. The Circular Economy Lab is here in Milan, has been created with the support, strategic support from Cariplo Factory, which is the instrumental company, one of our most important stable shareholders. With the next slides, you will see our Circular Economy Lab is established to have 3 different pillars of activity. One is, of course, disseminating the right culture about circularity. The second one is to try to connect, as of today, the best minds, the sort of best ideas, to make sure that these can become business, become startups, can become solutions for business. And then, of course, innovation, where we do see the interaction between startups, companies, finance, and academy, where we can see the future taking shape. So with this, I leave to you, of course, for any sort of question you may have. And of course, I do thank you for your attention. And again, sorry for not being able to be with you physically there. Back to you.
Thanks, Max. I think that me, other colleagues, and everybody here appreciate your speech. Also for us, it's a mission of sustainability. I think that all of us are here for this reason. And you gave us also some words, for example, raw materials, batteries, and maybe we could have a better overview of these words also with Gianandrea Brengini. So, Gianandrea, if you could explain to us which are also the issues, the problems of adopting a circular approach to batteries, and also maybe you could also give us a difference between the circular economy and the life cycle assessment. Maybe we don't know everybody, which is the difference, that you could give us this overview. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is becoming complicated for me with one hand remote and the other one the mic, but I can try to. No, that's just fine. So I have a good morning to everybody, and thank you for inviting, and I'm very happy to be here today. I have a few introductory remarks on circular economy and life cycle assessment and the way they relate to each other. I hope these few introductory remarks. No, sorry, I made a mistake. Well, the only button I should push, I pushed the other one, so this clarify my capacity to handle this type of stuff. So, I want to start with a few very basic concepts related to circular economy, asking a question. So, why circular is good and is always good? And I want to clarify something that has been already touched in the previous discussion today. Is circular economy an objective? So this thing is something should be clarified first, because sometimes there are misunderstandings, and some of these misunderstandings can help us in the discussion today. So is perhaps circular economy a tool to achieve a better resource efficiency? Where resource efficiency is the way humans use the limited resources of this planet to meet their needs. So these resources are used, they deliver to society. During the use of these resources, we impact the environment, and all together we want to make this in a better way. So this is something it's very important to me, and so I want to spend a few seconds on this one. So let me put a little bit of framework. So the objective is not circular economy. So circular economy is the strategy to achieve the objective, and the objective is definitely resource efficiency, so the way toward sustainable development. So what's the role of life cycle assessment here? So life cycle assessment is the tool that we need to understand whether the strategy we want to adopt is the good one, is the one that delivers, the one that helps us to be more resource efficient. So, something we could discuss for the rest of the panel, but I think we want to skip what we want to be circular. Because there are many aspects of the economy that were not circular, or were circular and we didn't understand they were circular, and other aspects we want to be circular. So is the money, is the, let's say, material content, is the energy, and many other aspects. So this is something we should ask to ourselves. And then, after this long discussion, we always have to take into account that we should be able to set goals and then able to measure whether we are achieving or not, because that's the point. So everybody is quite good in making proposals, but then we should be able to understand whether we are going in the right direction or not. So, this might be one explanation why we have so many definitions of circular economy. So a survey, and I give you a reference to a very nice paper you might want to read, says that there are over 100 definitions of circular economy, and perhaps the reason is that the concept itself is not so clear. Then inside circular economy, the strategy to become more circular, the so-called R's. There are many of these R's. I make you a proposal of 10, starting from the bottom of this ladder: recover, at least energy at the end of life; recycle, something we want to focus on; repurpose, manufacture, refurbish, and so forth, until refuse, something that we know is not resource efficient, so it's far from sustainable. So in principle, going from bottom to top, these strategies have a higher efficiency. But this is in principle, because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work. So this priority is something that we have at some point to understand and verify using life cycle assessment. So not everybody can use, of course, life cycle assessment because it's time-consuming, complicated, it needs expertise. So somebody is doing this exercise and then he's proposing a solution that is easier and more understandable. So in principle, this is the list of priority, unless somebody is studying them more in details and is telling you that in a specific situation you should reverse this priority because recycling is not so efficient and something else is more efficient. So this is the point. So this discussion is always in progress and we always want to achieve something better. So just to point it out once more, life cycle assessment tells us if a strategy can achieve, can provide something that we are expecting to obtain. This is more in general. And then, because circular economy normally is much better than linear economy, we, of course, can still use life cycle assessment to quantify the efficiency of the strategy that we want to adopt, but without forgetting that the goal is resource efficiency and not circularity. So we need to be able to step back and to change if needed. So this is the only slide I'm using to clarify the concept of life cycle thinking and life cycle assessment. Is something that I like very much because it comes from the European Commission that has for the last 20 years pushed so much on life cycle thinking and life cycle assessment. And the reason is also why I have worked 8 years in the European Commission in the Joint Research Center. And so this is one of the products of my group of work in the European Commission. So let's come to the very point of my talk and the connection to the next presentation with a question. Are electric vehicles a solution for low carbon mobility? So the goal here is low carbon mobility, which is a goal of resource efficiency. The answer to this question is yes, no, maybe. And this is not a provocation. It's the true answer. It is yes, no, and maybe. Because also in case of a good idea, which is to switch from something to something else, internal combustion engines to electric vehicles, you might have problems. You might have impact shifts. So it means you want to solve a problem, you do not solve a problem, you move the problem to something else. So the examples of impact shift here are from use of petrol or diesel cars, so using the car, emitting during the use of the car to the generation of the electricity that might not necessarily be low carbon electricity, or the switch and the shift from the impact related to the use phase of the car to the production of the car, because we know that, for instance, producing a battery is very energy intensive. So we have a lot of energy and CO2 emissions related to the production of the battery itself. Or we might even have other types of impact shift, like the one that has been already introduced in the presentation before. Sorry. So in batteries, we need critical raw materials such as cobalt, natural graphite, and these are correlated to huge problems, including wars, like the one that is shown in this very nice book by Guillaume Pitron, that is telling us about this one. And the other cover page is the one related to the study of the European Commission, one that I have led. My name is the first of the authors, the list of critical raw materials for the EU. So I invite you to read the publication that has been supported by the European Parliament in 2018, that is telling us about some of these impact shifts related to low carbon mobility. In fact, if you look in details, we don't want to do that now because we want to save time. Depending on the type of electricity that you use for your electric car, you might even higher impacts in comparison to internal combustion engines. So only with very low carbon electricity mix, you can really save CO2 emissions. And in this study, it comes very clear that, for instance, you have a few tons of CO2 correlated to the production of the battery, and this translates into 10, 20, 30 grams of CO2 per kilometer, if you consider 150,000 kilometers lifetime for the car. And so this explains why we need to introduce efficient recycling of car batteries at the end of life, because this can in turn help us save, again, planet resources. So, thank you.
Thank you, Gian Andrea. Thanks also for your invitation to read your publication. Maybe we will read it today or tomorrow, your publication. Thanks also for giving us also the issues of adopting a circular economy. So circular is good for everyone, but maybe there are some issues or problems also in companies, like for example Stellantis. And I would like to ask Matteo for giving us also the strategy that Stellantis is made in order to do recycling of batteries, and also maybe an overview, because now everybody is producing electric vehicles. So the number of batteries is increasing so much. So which are your plans also for the future to manage all these batteries? Which are the problems, the issues, and also maybe the solution to go over to these problems and issues?
Yeah, this work. Thank you so much. First of all, it's really a pleasure to be here with you today. I don't know about you, but it's after 2 years of online meetings, it's great having the opportunity to do this kind of live speaking. So I'm great to be here and to discuss with you on this important topic. I realized yesterday that I gave you maybe a strange job description, Stellantis Circular Economy ELB Specialist, but ELB stands for End-of-Life Batteries. And specifically in Stellantis, I work in a business unit, which is called Business Unit Circular Economy. And in this business unit, we deal with end-of-life vehicles. When I say end-of-life vehicle, in a very few words, it's a vehicle that is no longer usable. And as you may know, you can do a lot of things with end-of-life vehicle. You can use components as spare parts. You can recycle materials to produce new automotive components. So in this case, we have a sort of closed loop. Or we can recycle materials to produce components or products outside the automotive sector. So in this case, it's called open loop. And I specifically deal with a specific vehicle, which is the electric vehicle, and a specific component, which is the battery of the electric vehicle. And specifically, I'm in charge of the recycling of the electric vehicle batteries. And it's a very interesting topic, also challenging topic for the near future. Before I start with my speech, I like to state that Stellantis activities related to circular economies are part of a more important and ambitious plan for climate change mitigation. In particular, we've set out a path to achieve net zero emission carbon dioxide by 2038. So it's a very ambitious plan. And to achieve this goal, of course, we want to be a market leader of the electric vehicles. But this path will not complete without expanding our circular economy activities. So to do that, we must change our way of consumption modes. We must redesign our vehicle, of course. But of course, we need to switch from linear economy to circular economy. And in particular, going from the so-called cradle to grave to a cradle to cradle business model. And to have that, we have been building a new comprehensive business model based on the traditional 4 R's: repair, reman, reuse, and recycle. Professor Blengini explained to you very well what they mean. This strategy, it applies on the vehicle on its entirety. Of course, today we have very few minutes to describe, so I will try to give you just an overview regarding the sustainability battery management, so only regarding when the battery stops working. So what happens when a battery stops working? We have different intervention in order of priority: repair, reman, reuse, and recycle. When I say repair, I mean that we can repair all of our batteries. So we can, for example, replace a specific components of the battery, for example, our default models. And we heavily rely on the repair of the batteries, considering that we have 21 e-repair centers globally, and we're going to have more of them in the near future. The second step is reman. Reman is different, is not only replace a specific components of the battery, but is more disassemble the battery, clean the battery, and rebuild the battery following the original product specification. So it's like having a new battery. And both repair and reman allow us to use again the battery in our electric vehicles. The other step is reuse. So when the battery is no longer suitable for the vehicle, it can be used for second application, other application, for example, energy storage or vehicle-to-vehicle system, vehicle-to-grid system. And it's something which we are working with several partners, but in particular with Free2Move e-Solution, which is our joint venture. And then last but not least, recycle. Recycle plays an important role in our strategy because we don't have to think about recycling just for the sake of recycling, you know, just to make the battery disappear. But it's fundamental, it's very important to have the control of the materials of the batteries in order to produce new batteries. And regarding this aspect, as Professor Blengini said before, is extremely important considering that the challenging that our economy is facing today, you know, the price of the raw materials have dramatically increased. The prices are very volatile, so we need to take control of the materials of our batteries. In this slide, there is, a mistake, but I realized this yesterday evening is the contrary. So we have reman on the left and reuse on the right, but this is not important because I explained to you before the difference between the reuse and the reman. What I would like to underline in this slide is that it's true. We want to extend the life of our battery as much as possible, but sooner or later we need to recycle the battery as well. So the recycling plays a very important role. So the question now is, how do we recycle electric vehicle batteries? Also here, I will try to give you a quick overview on the battery recycling process. It's not easy. It will take 3 hours to go into all the details, but basically there are 3 main recycling processes, which are pyrometallurgical, hydrometallurgical, and direct recycling. Here you can see also a 4-1 in blue, which is a mechanical process, but I don't see the mechanical like another recycling process. I see the mechanical process like a preliminary step needed to start with the other 3 recycling process. Before the mechanical one, there is an important phase, which is the pre-treatment that allows the battery to be deactivated and discharged, so therefore to proceed safely with the recycling of the batteries. In this slide, I will try to go more into the details of the process. If you have any question, maybe we can discuss later, but I will try to give you just an overview in a very few minutes. So it always starts from the pre-treatment of the battery. So as I said before, the battery has to be discharged and deactivated. After the pre-treatment, we have 2 different paths. We can have a dismantling phase in which the main components of the batteries are dismantled. So for example, we can separate the BMS, which is the battery management system. We can separate copper connector, the casing of the battery, or we could have some waste equipment. The other path is instead the pyrometallurgical one. The pyrometallurgical, in which we can put the whole battery in a sort of blast furnace. And the pyrometallurgical methods allows to recover valuable metals in a form of metal alloy by using high temperature, typically above 1400 degree. And the result of the pyrometallurgical, the output of the pyrometallurgical process generally is a mixed alloy, so it's alloy made up of several metals that can be refined, undergo hydrometallurgical step. And the result of the hydrometallurgical step are elements like copper, nickel, or cobalt, for example. Coming back to the dismantling phase, after the dismantling phase, there is a mechanical process, the real one, mechanical process, in which the batteries are crushed and the metals and the materials of the batteries are separated using, for example, magnetic separator or sieves. And the main byproduct of the mechanical method is the so-called black mass. Maybe some of you have already know about that, but it's the most important part of the recycling, the black mass, because the black mass contains all the valuable metals inside the batteries. What are these valuable metals? It depends on the chemistry of the battery. If we have an MNC battery, there are nickel, manganese, cobalt, and lithium. If it's NMA battery, we will have in the black mass nickel, manganese, aluminum, and so on. Inside the black mass, there are, of course, the most valuable metals, but also some contaminants, because these valuable metals are the cathode materials of the batteries, and the cathode materials are attached to an aluminum foil with a binder, so maybe it's likely to find also contaminants in this black mass. So after the black mass, there could be three different paths. The first one is a sort of heat treatment. As you can see here, there is an arrow to the pyrometallurgic step, but it's more a heat treatment in order to remove moisture or volatile substances. After the heat treatment, there will be also the hydrometallurgical step. But the main two paths are hydrometallurgic and direct recycling. Hydrometallurgic and direct recycling are very, very similar because they basically use the same operation, which are leaching, followed by or chemical precipitation or the solvent extraction. What is different is the goal of the two different processes, because in the hydrometallurgical one, the goal is to separate all the metals of the black mass in all the metals. So we could have as a result some intermediates, the so-called intermediates. So we could have, for example, cobalt, nickel salt, manganese salt, nickel sand, and so on. They could be used to produce new cathode materials. Instead, the direct recycling has a more ambitious plan. The goal is not to separate the metals of the black mass from the contaminants, but to separate the metals of the black mass, but to separate the valuable metals of the black mass to the contaminants of the black mass. So in this case, all the valuable metals could be used to produce the new cathode materials. So it's a very ambitious. Of course, the amount of lithium required in this cathode material maybe is not enough, so it will be necessary to have the so-called re-lithiation process in order to add more lithium to the cathode material. In the next slide, I try to give you an overview to make a comparison between the three different recycling process. I realize that there is not the source of this table, but if you are interested, I can give you also the article and the reference of this table, but it's very interesting. Because okay, I explained to you the three different recycling process, and we can say, okay, but the direct recycling is the best one. Okay, we can pursue the direct recycling. Is it true? But we need to consider also other important aspects. For example, the technology readiness. So the market is ready with the direct recycling or not. At the moment, the most ready is the pyrometallurgical one, because it's a process that the metallurgical industry are using for several years right now. Instead, the direct recycling is almost at a lab scale. So there are several companies that are trying to work in order to have a direct recycling, but it's not easy. As you can see, also the production cost is different because the pyrometallurgical is less expensive than direct recycling. So it's a matter of finding the right balance to the three different recycling processes. Of course, another important aspect is the efficiency, the recycling efficiencies of the two different recycling processes, because as you can see, the direct recycling allows to have a very, very good recycling efficiency. With the direct recycling, we can recover all the metals, valuable metals of the batteries, including the lithium. Instead, the pyrometallurgical, we can recover cobalt, nickel, and copper very well, but we cannot recover very well, for example, the lithium, which is an important critical raw materials as well. So it's not easy to summarize all these in a very few minutes. There are also other important questions that we need to address. For example, is recycling a profitable business? Also here, there is no clear answer, yes, no, maybe. It depends also on the chemistry of the battery, because if we have an MNC battery, we have most valuable metals inside the battery. If we have a LFP, we have less valuable metals. So in this case, what we have to do, recycle the batteries or use the battery for second life application? So the question is, better to recycle batteries or use them for second life application? Also here, we need to understand. And of course, as Professor Blangini said before, we need to have a life cycle thinking approach. We need to use the tools that we have, like life cycle assessment, but also life cycle costing tool, in order to evaluate the whole life cycle of the batteries from an environmental standpoint, but also from an economical standpoint. So thanks for your attention.
Thanks so much, Matteo, for sharing with us your knowledge, also your strategy of your company with us. I think that we really appreciate this. And maybe there is only one last point to explore, and we have an expert in this sense, because everyone, also Max, other speakers, mentioned the raw materials. And since we have Francesca with us, I wanted to talk with you about raw materials, secondary raw materials, and also the waste management. So how the waste management is linked with the life cycle assessment approach. And so if you wanted to share with us your knowledge about this, we really appreciate this.
Thank you okay. Thank you so much to invite me, and thank you, and to give me the possibility to discuss about this topic. Yes, of course, the integration of waste management in life cycle assessment is a fundamental pillar to achieve the sustainable development, because as you know, in the world we are more than 8 billion people, and that means that there is production, consumption, and consumption means production of waste. And so an estimation of the FAO expected that in 2050 there will be more than 3 billion tons of waste. Waste for the moment represent a problem, an environmental problem, because they produce greenhouse gas emission that promote and improve the climate change. They consume land that could be edible land to produce agriculture and food in general. They represent an economic issue, because waste management represent and include costs as the collection of waste, the transport of waste to the facility treatment. The treatment, and after that, the stabilized waste represent still a cost that for the disposal. At the same time, waste represents also a social problem. Why it represents a social problem? Because everybody of us are scared of waste. For the treatment, they don't want a treatment facility near our house because we don't trust or we don't know what is the process. But according to engineer approach, when there is a problem, we have to find a solution. And find a solution is a tricky moment, but it's very, very important. Because if we know waste, we can study what they are composed of and what they could be treated and valorized, because according to waste hierarchy, that is a directive framework, we have to prevent the production of waste. It should be very nice, but it's not real possible, because the no production of waste means no consumption, no production, so no life for us. So we have to find some more realistic and possible to do. And so, according to waste hierarchy, we can have the recycling of matter and the recovery of energy, and after that the disposal. So if we know the composition of our waste, and for waste I think about every kind of waste present from industrial processes, as batteries they talk about waste that we can find in our town, we can find the best solution to treat them, but not just to stabilize this waste. We can give value to the waste according to circular strategy approach, and considering that we have to minimize the waste and try to save the raw material, and that means that are not renewable. And so we can find some special in the waste, try to find possible processes and technologies that can give value to the waste. In particular, waste and according to circular economy, because give us the idea to think circular about waste, we can consider waste as secondary raw material through which we can produce high added value molecular, chemicals, energies, and in this context we can develop, and according to life cycle thinking, circular economy, and sustainable development, a urban mining. Our town, our production can become our secondary raw materials. And to do that and to achieve this goal, we have to combine social perspective, economic perspective, environmental perspective, and technical perspective. The multidisciplinarity and the synergic approach of these four pillars can give us the possibility to achieve what we can define as sustainable development. But what does real mean sustainable development, and how we can do that in a concrete way? To do that, we have to use tools as life cycle assessment could be to detect the possible pros and cons inside a process. And so when we develop a process that is a technology that could be a chemical technology, a biological technology, a thermochemical technology, we have to know very well the processes. And if we don't know, we can ask to someone to collaborate with us to explain the main feature of a process, and through tools as life cycle assessment for the environmental perspective, life cycle costing for economic perspective, and social life cycle assessment for the social acceptance, we can detect the pros and cons of each step of our process. In this way, we are able to detect what is our bottleneck and try to improve it. In terms that we try to optimize and we try to solve a problem. In this way, life cycle assessment is not only a tool to evaluate the good or not of our process or our product at the end of our design, but is a very important part is a sort of pillars and fundamental in the design of our process and our product. So in my field and of my research group, life cycle assessment is a tool to evaluate both at the end evaluation of sustainability, environmental sustainability of a process, but at the same time something that is used to design the best process ever. That it doesn't mean that we don't produce waste or co-product or something similar, but we try to minimize the waste stream and try to valorize and maximize the resource efficiency and recovery. Just to give you an idea, and just to give you the idea that the circular strategies and life cycle thinking can be applied to many different kind of waste stream. Try to think a waste stream that every day we produce. The organic fraction of municipal solid waste. For Italian people, is our brown bin, through which we every day we throw up something. And organic waste is a very heterogeneous substrate and matrix, but is full of possible added value products and molecular. And so if we decide to valorize heat through biochemical processes or thermochemical processes, we are not doing only a process aimed to stabilize the waste and that it is not represented a problem, but we are trying to valorize heat in order to obtain energy. For instance, if you pretreat your organic waste and you produce an anaerobic digestion that is only a sort of, imagine, reactor in which you put your substances, that is organic waste. There is enzymes, inoculums, or bacteria that heat your waste and produce energy. In this way, you are producing a renewable, sustainable energy. After that, of course, you say, okay, after the production of energy, I have still some residues that is called digestate. What can I do of that? Okay, if you think in a circular way and through a sustainable approach, you are aimed to reduce the amount of waste that you produce at the end of a process. And so you consider also this waste stream another resource for another process, and you can combine to another process that it could be, for instance, the thermochemical processes aimed to produce another gas with added value energy, bio-oil, that is another possible fuel, and a solid fraction that is biochar. And this biochar can be applied in many different contexts, and so it can face the problems of different sectors. For instance, biochar can be used in agriculture to make improve the quality of agriculture, reducing fertilizer, or it can be used as a carbon active material, and so is an absorbent for water and the problem environmental of remediation. And other side could be used in the building sector to create a sort of new material, also able to prevent possible cracking. And so to conclude my full topic, sorry for the longness. What we do in a research world in academia is try to use tools like life cycle assessment, life cycle costing, social life cycle assessment as tool to detect and design our processes in order to understand the possible technical limit, environmental limit, and try to available solution, find the most suitable one to be implemented in the reality. In this way, we try to contextualize the goals and the meaning of sustainability in the real world. So, thank you so much for the attention.
Thanks, Francesca, also for your great speech. I think that we are perfectly in time, so also we have also time to ask people if you have many questions about these topics. I think that we explore all the fields of circular economy. Now we know that life cycle assessment is a tool, if I don't mind. So it's a fact. But if you have other questions also with the Max, it's online, you could address. Some questions? Okay.
First of all, I want to thank you on the speak. It's very interesting. I learned a lot to today's panel. And I have a question like, basically, we are living because we're living in the center of consumerism. So everybody have to consuming more. That's why we produce a lot of waste. So in order to, like Professor just said, from the recycle to receive is a long journey. So how we can encourage people to less consume is that the great difficult challenges. Then the challenges that we face makes the production able to recycle. So how do you think between we try to educate people to less consume, to minimize, less produce the waste. And the challenge, we have to produce something more recycle and environmental friendly. So which challenge is harder to, minimize the waste? Thank you.
If someone of you want to start?
Can I pick? Can I pick this?
Maybe It's only because I know that Max is going away. If we wanted to only give him 1 minute to address your questions, so maybe we want proceed with John, Andrea, and the other speakers. So Max, if you want to start.
No, first of all, of course, sorry, I need to leave because I have another online engagement very quickly. Of course, the question is really interesting and, of course, is daunting as a challenge. My simple answer is that, of course, we need to transform also the way we consume. And this is exactly why the circular economy is a strategic redesign of our economy. It's not just an environmental strategy. If you look at what's happening through the European Commission, has been previously anticipated, there is great work going there. There is a solicitation again, and I was anticipating this at the beginning, to have an approach where we do not have anymore a sort of stimulus to have the ownership of goods, but actually to prefer the access to the service that the good does provide. And this is exactly where we are trying to transform radically the sort of consumerism that has been cited in the question. Of course, we all know economy has to change, and going back to the point of circular economy and environment, there has been, I would say, a tremendous understanding in the last, I would say, at least 5 years, 6 years, through what companies have been able to achieve and to transform. Of course, it's a cultural attitude. And so this is why it's so important that we do understand the principles of the circular economy, one of which is to even avoid the concept of waste. We did create the concept of waste. We need to remove it. So basically, it's a sort of theoretical approach, but then it goes back to our habits, to our daily habits. And this is a cultural shift. It's not just a technological, scientific, or political one. It's a cultural one. We need to change the way we relay ourselves to natural resources from the environment.
Thanks so much, Max. Andrea, if you want to continue.
No, but it's a very important point. So one of the items I try to underline is that consumer can refuse. So that's the first R. So if they see that something is not in line with resource efficiency or circular economy principle, they can refuse it. But they need to be educated. They need information. They need tools. They need transparency. They need also environmental claims from producers that are credible, that we can understand they are true. Of course, companies will follow their customers. So if customers start first to refuse or ask something better, then the companies will change it. However, altogether, this is not an easy task because, as you highlighted, our economic system is based on consuming more and more. And changing these and understanding what's a change and what's greenwashing, it's not an easy task.
Thanks, Andrea. We hope that also this could be also a moment for be educated into the topics, also the aim of this panel discussion. So if, Matteo, do you want to continue? Do you want to address?
I guess they gave you an exhaustive answer. I don't know if there are other questions.
Okay. Are there other questions?
Good morning. Nowadays, when we go to supermarket, we can see that a lot of fruits and vegetables, they are covered in plastic so that they can have a longer life. So now the question becomes, when we are doing waste management, do we need more plastic waste or more food waste? And how do we come up with a good balance of that?
Not sure.
Sorry, could you repeat, please? Maybe
Yeah, I was
explain
talking
better the questions, please.
Okay. Nowadays, most of the fruits and vegetables that we have, they are covered with plastic or some kind of packaging to increase the lifespan so that they can be transported to other countries or something like that. So that increases the life of the fruits and vegetables, but it also increases the amount of packaging. So do we need more food waste, or do we need more of plastic or carton waste?
This is a very good point, but I think it's a very hard to respond. So that's very clear. So in principle, we have packaging that is thought to preserve the quality of the food. But this is not always the case. Sometimes we do not just need to preserve the quality of the food. We need to attract the customers. In a way, we can sell more. I think we can find a balance. So first, we should limit the packaging to what is strictly necessary to fulfill the function, the original function of the packaging, which is not anymore the function of the packaging.
I had just one thing. Yes, of course, sometimes packaging is too much for some kind of product, not necessarily only for food, but also for other stuff and things. But remember that food are regulated for the shelf life, and so packaging can preserve the product quality. But currently, for the plastic problem, plastic has to be limited, not completely avoided as material, because it's very useful. He has a very good importance in preservation of product. But at the same time, for the packaging, now there is new biopolymers, as for instance the polylactic acid, that can be recyclable material, at the same time compostable. And the idea to use this new kind of packaging can consider also both to preserve the shelf life of product, but at the same time to consider the end of waste of this package, and try to limit its impact or to be reused in other processes.
Okay, thanks, Francesca. Are there maybe the last question? Okay, you are lucky.
My question is about globalization. I mean, the relation between circular economy and globalization. Right now, we don't have most of the raw materials that we produce the final product. So we have lots of transformation of the materials, and maybe we don't do the recycling processes near the production happens. So do you think globalization and circular economy live together, or at some point we have to go separate ways to achieve circular economy?
I will try to give you an answer. Also, in this case, it's not easy at all. As I said during my presentation, for us, recycling plays a very important role, because raw materials are, it's very, very difficult to have the control of the raw material, as you said, because most of the raw materials that are in the batteries comes from outside Europe, for example. You know, for example, graphite in China, cobalt in Congo, lithium in South America. So, of course, there is a problem in Europe. We don't have a lot of raw materials. So if we want to produce batteries, if we want to have this new transition to the electric vehicles, we will need to find a way to have control of the raw materials. And this is a huge issue, you know, because it includes also several social and politics factors. But of course, in my opinion, this is my opinion, circular economy and globalization should go in the same way. Of course, we don't have any other solution, because we can split them. I think if we have one planet, so all of us live in one planet, so we can split the two concepts. So this is my opinion. But Professor Blengini maybe can add something.
Oh, I can add my 2 cents to this discussion, which is one that I like very much. Globalization, when coming to minerals industries have worked until now. So what we have seen in the last decades is that we had large, very large concentrations of few producers in specific areas of the world. So there are very few mines. I think 3 mines of cobalt in Congo produce half of the world supply of cobalt. So until now, it worked. I cannot say in the next 20 years, because this is now becoming a problem. It's partially true that we do not have mining in Europe, but it's false that we do not have minerals in Europe. Okay, that's moved somewhere else, and until now it worked. For copper, it's the same. We have giant copper mines in Chile, for instance, in China as well. Now, do we want the same path for recycling? Or do we think that we can keep recycling in Europe, in Japan, in the United States, and we can keep a small size or medium size? Or do we want large size? Because in principle, we could pack all the batteries and send to China, and they can recycle everything, and they would be probably very happy to do so, because one day they will be producing cars for everybody, and there will be no more production of cars in Germany, in Italy, in Spain.
Yeah, they're ready to do it.
That's the point.
Yeah, they're ready to do it right now.
Okay, maybe the time is over. So the topics are very hot, so I think that the speakers could be more than happy to address your questions if you are maybe after this topic. I wanted to so thank you for being here today. It's also Saturday, so if you are here, it's because I think that you believe in what you do and you want to share also your mission, your vision with everybody. And thanks also Matteo for making the attention that today we are live, so it's not an online meeting, and I think that we are very lucky to come back to this meeting online, to meet speakers in person, and to stay all together also in this event. So thank you for your time, for being here, and I hope you will enjoy the next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
microfono annuncia che sta iniziando il panel qua e il workshop di là, come ho fatto io.
Welcome everybody. Now it's starting the panel on social media and climate action here, and in the workshop zone is starting the workshop of sustainable choices for optimizing your product design. So please go to your activities. Welcome everybody to the panel on social media and climate action. Today we will have the honor to have with us two amazing panelists who will share with us their knowledge and experience in the field of sustainability. All of them will be connected online, but do not worry because the IT sector will take care of all the logistic part in order that everything works out smoothly. First, the speaker will have the opportunity to talk about the projects that they are currently working on and some experiences that they want to share with us. At the end, you will have time to ask questions and interact with them. Now, I would like to introduce our panelists. Our first speaker is Asia Guareski, a PhD candidate on sustainability and well-being, focusing on circular economy and decarbonization for production cooperatives at the University of Ferrara. She is also a circular economy advisor, an environmental advocate, and a climate reality leader. In 2020, she founded Rethinking Climate, a youth-led non-profit working to improve environmental communication for climate action. She will introduce us the theoretical aspects of communication and social media. Then we will leave the floor to Giovanni Cartapani, one of the co-founders of Glaciers, a startup that aims to protect and enhance the Alpine glaciers, involving companies and the local community. This idea was born at Università Bocconi, where he and his colleagues were asked to model a startup on the field of sustainability. He will discuss about how through social media and their project it's possible to create a nexus between the scientific and theoretical aspects about climate change and the local community. Now we are ready to begin. Enjoy the presentations. I give the word to Asia Guareski.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So first of all, I'm very happy to be with you all today. Thank you very much also for the assistance with the slides. So I think you've had much of the information about who I am. So today I will just give a bit of the background of what communication actually entitles when it comes to social media, and maybe provide a little insight about what through climate reality we've been doing. So next slide, please. So first of all, when it comes to media, it's very common to hear medium as a message. Why is this? Because I think it's very essential that when we speak about social media, we do understand that that's a message that goes through what you see on the slide called noise. So you have someone who produces content, someone who receives the content, but the fact that it's coming through a cell phone or a platform or a browser, then that's a form of noise. So it's very essential to look how we're doing that, both as producers as well as consumers of media. So the graph you see is the peak of when Greta Thunberg gave her speech, and so you see that on internet, just in a general perspective, so many people were searching the topic. Hence, we're also seeing that it's very important what happens on the outside as well. So the interaction between consumers and producers, both as what happens in the world around us. So one point that the editor-in-chief of Wired said, that quote, is your brand is not what you say it is, but what Google say it is. So it's also very important that noise is because social media could unfortunately dictate what kind of information is being shared. One example also of very important communication in social media is Slacktivism. So Slacktivism is a term that identifies providing an action of activism through social media that, however, is defined as slacking, because it could be you sign a petition, then you move on, and the action stops there. There's no moving forward. So that's very important to recall that social media, unfortunately, has this side, which has its positive as negative trends, because of course I signed a petition, I'm aware of what's happening, that's good for me, but maybe when it comes to action, we require more attention from our side. Next slide, please. So here I take generally screenshots very frequently because I love to see how communication changed on social media. So we even have different forms of the way information is shared on social media. So you have memes, as well as one term called issueification, which generally is just politics being talked by people who are not politicians or experts in this sense. And through Thinking Climate, which explains how we acquire information, we carried out a questionnaire and 200 people, and most of them collected information through family and friends when we asked, where do you get your information about climate change? And that was family and friends. So it's very essential, because if we read something through a meme or through a content, it is halfway the responsibility of who made that content, as well as how we absorb it, because then we can go to a friend and say, hey, I saw this meme, I saw this story, what do you think about it? Are we also acknowledging what we know and what we don't know? Because it's very important also to do some self-awareness when we read content, especially because content is becoming, on social media, is becoming the #1 way in which we absorb information. Next slide, please. So one way we do study environmental communication, in the sense, it just is very basic because it encompasses also other forms of media. So I will just state briefly. But what eco-media literacy does is that it does look at media literacy techniques, but it explores both the way technology impacts the environment, simply our phones itself, as well as the mind print, because it goes back to the fact that research has demonstrated that even in social media, even if the message is pro-planet, so pro-environment, it still remains quite human-focused. So that's also very essential, that the way we acknowledge what we see and what we understand, it's quite important. And in fact, environmental communication argues that environmental beliefs, they're also culturally constructed, which when it comes to sustainability, it is considered the #1 impact about how we process information. Hence, we should be self-aware about where we gather information, about how we gather information, and just simply who we are could influence the way we process a message. And that's extremely important in the way what we do with that information. So social media, we read something interesting, we talk with a friend, how does that bring me to an action? And that's a question we both should wonder, again, as producers as well as consumers of this kind of medium. Next slide, please. So this is to conclude very basically what eco-media literacy does, and then that it looks through a sort of process. You have an event, Greta Thunberg's message. That event is then shared. It forms trends because, of course, Greta Thunberg is a perfect example of a shock that then brought a lot of the information to be shared on social media. Very generally, the fact that you get a small clip that you see, you share it with a friend, and so on. And it creates structures. So much of the fact that, at least one example of circular economy, for instance, research has peaked within the last 2 years, that's very essential. The same goes with the shock, creating some sort of awareness and understanding among us as a society about what's happening. Then it can modify mental models. What we have to do, though, is anticipate that as an idea that we shouldn't wait for a shock before we realize what's happening in the world around us. But social media has that crucial role, but we must be aware ourselves of that. So how I like to finish this in a way that is concrete, we must promote clarity and encourage eco-citizenship, in the sense that how we produce and how we consume media should be something that considers both human and other. And it should also be not always something we may agree with. Why? Because knowledge is quite fixed frequently, and again, it has many influences. So many, for instance, online you see many going against some scientific facts. But the idea is that we can be aware of that, why that is happening. Why do we think that could be true or not? And realize where we stand, which is the graph that you see in the triangle. So there are some acknowledgements that those things are there. Climate change is real. We cannot deny that. but how some people may say, okay, they read it on social media and they say that's wrong, that's fake, that's not true. Okay, why is that? Why do they do that? Are we honest in how we process information? Also, for in the scenario in which there is a form of greenwashing, which we kind of aware of that, and we must realize that that's greenwashing. We must wonder, why is that message? Is it true? So that sense of, again, being thoughtful, both as interested as well as non-interested parties, because much of also social media is that it goes through an algorithm by which it moves towards more people who are already interested in the message rather than those who are not. So it could also be our role to share this information in a way that can include more people. I hope this was interesting and engaging, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to be speaking here today.
Thank you so much, Asia, for your speech. And now we leave the floor to Giovanni Cartapani.
Hello, everyone. So first of all, thank you again for the invitation. And thank you also, Asia, for your really interesting speech. So as you may imagine from the picture, I'm going to speak about Alpine glaciers, which are at the center of our activity, because GlassUp is a startup which is born to protect and enhance Alpine glaciers through the involvement of people, companies, local communities, scientific communities, everyone that can help achieving such an ambitious goal. But before starting my presentation, let me ask you a question. I'm not sure that if I can hear your answer, but I will try. What do you think is the percentage of Alpine glaciers that we lost from the 19th century? Try to imagine a number, and I can see part of you, so let's raise a hand if you think that it's around 30%. Okay, some of you. Now raise a hand if you think is 50%. Okay, again, some of you. And now raise your hand if you think is 90%. Okay, next slide, please. So we lost 50% of Alpine glaciers from the 19th century. And it's really a lot. But the number that made us really reflect and pushed us to do something for Alpine glaciers is the number that you see in the bottom right corner of this slide. So the volume of Alpine glaciers that will be lost in the next 80 years, which is projected to be between 60 and 90%, which is really a lot. Because if you think 90% means that we will lose almost all the glaciers that we have. But 60%, which is really a lot, means that we can lose a bit, we could say much less glaciers that we can lose in the worst case scenario. And so why is the spread so wide? The reason is that it depends on the climate scenarios that will be verified, and it depends on our emissions. And so what we want to do is to help people reduce their emissions so that we can go toward, let's say, the more positive scenario, and so lose only up to 60% of Alpine glaciers and not up to 90%, which for us would be a drama. So next slide, please. How can we achieve such an ambitious goal? The answer is the topic of this panel. So social media and climate action. So how we can use social media to communicate this number and to communicate actions that we can do. So in our day-to-day activities, we are involved in two main pillars. So one big pillar is a pillar of awareness raising, because we think that if we are in such a situation, is because probably we are not 100% aware of the risk that we are incurring. And so, of course, there are already many voices that are helping us doing toward, let's say, a better future. But if we are in this situation, it means that probably we are not doing enough. And so that's why we decided to raise also our voice and be focused on such a specific topic, which is Alpine Glacier, to meet the interest of those people who have glaciers in their interest. Of course, what we noticed is that for sure people are interested in these topics, they engage in these conversations, but they want to do something more. And so that's why we also added our second pillar to our activity, which is the creation of specific projects that can go to the benefit of some specific glaciers. And these projects can range from very different types depending on what you can do on that specific glacier, and you can understand this by talking to the scientific community and to the experts. And so these activities, as you can read from the slide, ranges really from the active protection to support of the scientific research to monitoring activities to cleanup activities, are many different projects that we can put in place to benefit one specific glacier and to raise specifically attention on this topic. So next slide, please. Our peculiarity, so what makes our project unique is, oh sorry, I see that the word has misspelled, but no problem. What makes our project unique is the engagement of all the actors that are needed for this project to be successful. So as you may see at the bottom is the scientific community, because when we decide to act, when we decide to communicate something, it must be based on scientific papers and scientific research that can prove the effect of what we are communicating. And then, of course, people and cooperation, because people and companies have, first of all, the possibility to adopt a glacier by giving the financial resources that are needed to carry out this project, but also because people and companies are those that by improving their behaviors have the possibility to really make a change on our climate. And then, of course, at the top, ski resorts and local communities, because we have to think that when we talk about glaciers, we are not only talking about some natural aspects, we are talking about an environment that includes also economic and social activities. So by preserving this environment, we are able to preserve the futures of the people that live in these communities and that base their day-to-day activities on the activity of these glaciers. So next slide, please. I don't know if you can switch to the last slide. Okay, so these are wonderful glaciers, and if we want that future generation can see at least a part of these glaciers, we have to act now. We have to act now to meet the Paris Agreement requirements and to contain the increase of the temperature below 1.5 degrees. So how can we do it? We know it's really difficult. It's about reducing CO2 emission. It's about improving storage technology. It's about many different things. We want to start by doing our role, and so by adding our voice toward this path. So thank you again for the invitation, and now I'm happy to answer all your questions.
Thank you a lot, Giovanni, for your presentation, and thanks to both of you for sharing your expertise with us. Now you have the opportunity to ask questions and solve your doubts and curiosities. Okay, I see that there's a question up there.
So I have a question specifically, like, how do you think that social media helped deliver your message? So do you think that you would have reached the same goals without social media?
Okay, thank you for the question. It's really interesting. I think that social media nowadays is part of the communication strategy of each company or initiative that want to reach a broad a broad reach. So I think that we wouldn't be able to reach our targets because thanks to social media, we were able to reach many people that were maybe not so close to the location where we work. So social media play a key role in allowing us to reach people for the moment across Italy and then in the future hopefully across Europe and across the world that otherwise would cost much more to reach.
Any other question? Thank you, Giovanni. Okay, over there.
Hi, morning, and thanks for your talk. So I have a question for anyone that wants to pick it up. And my question is, what do you think are some of the limitations of the way social media is operated at the moment with regards to how it can be used to enact climate action? Do you have any suggestions as to how there could be an improvement to the way that we use social media or the way that social media platforms are designed so that we can be more effective in sharing our voices on them? Thanks.
I'm not sure if I can answer that, Giovanni. That's okay with you.
You can go first.
So the way my impression would be slightly more technical. So first of all, it's understanding why you would publish something. A lot is very informational. So social media, as Giovanni had specified before, you can reach such a large audience, but that when it comes to knowing who you are speaking to could be that limitation which you bring down by providing information how you can actually do something. So much again of the information that goes on social media is I inform you of something, but doesn't have a call to action. So it's very important to have a call to action at the end, and also know that the language you provide on social media or the way you engage in social media can have feedback. So you ask questions, you have people reply to you, these are ways that both private as well as activists as well as companies can do, and some already are doing it through polls and so on, or stories and so forth. So that these I believe are the easiest key points, and as well as realizing that the words you choose and the way you phrase are essential as well. So part of the limitation of some of the environmental communication is that it's either us or them. So we believe that climate change is an issue and someone else who's not doing something about it. Instead, that division shouldn't exist. We are all together. Why we're doing this? We should also consider those who may just simply not be informed and simply don't know what to do. And that is influenced by the words we choose and the way we phrase our thoughts.
Yes, I totally agree with what as you just said. Another point that I want to raise is how algorithms of social media are designed. So algorithms are designed to show you content that basically you are interested in and that in which you can engage, either because you spend time by reading it or because you leave a reaction or something else. So the problem is that if you have a type of content that maybe is really important from a scientific aspect, but is not that engaging, then you cannot reach many people through social media, because simply social media won't display that content to many people. So if you want to do a comparison with a newspaper, even if you have a content that maybe is not that engaging, but once it's printed, let's say, displayed on an online newspaper, then it's there, and so can reach anyway many people. So the challenge is really to find a balance between these two aspects. So communicating something that is complex, because climate change and this kind of communication are really complex. There are really many different aspects, but still presenting in such a way that people interact and is engaged with this content, so that the algorithm can display it to as much people as possible.
If I can add just one point to maybe bypass the algorithm, because with Facebook it keeps changing, by the way, so it's harder even if you're trying to do your job. It's also wondering, those who wouldn't like my post, why should they care? And that switches around a bit the algorithm. And again, with the algorithm, there's not much to do if not work out and publish a certain way. There are certain rules to bypass that, which can be definitely used. One example I always make is that if someone has liked post of Trump saying that Trump is great, he or she will keep receiving posts that say that. So that's something to always consider when we're posting, because that's sort of how the algorithm, as Giovanni has underlined, sort of works. But the way you can do that is wondering, if someone liked Trump, why would they care about my post? That's just a very funny example, but I think it's useful to process how we publish things. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. Any other question? Otherwise, I have a question for you, and it's, which is the final piece of advice that you would like the audience to take away? So, for example, Giovanni, you have started with your colleagues at the university a startup. It was a project that came out from nothing, and now it's probably the thing that is taking most of your time away. And so, what do you have to say about it? And also, you, Asia, have a lot of experience on the field.
So thank you for the question. So the great piece of advice that I can give you based on my experience is to really be open to the opportunities that come in front of you, and be open to change your plans. So let's try to create also those opportunities that can make us change our plans, because when I started this project with my colleagues, none of us was planning to create a startup. So our goal was just to do the task for the university, and that's it. And it was only when we realized that there was true potential for such an initiative that we said, okay, maybe it's time to do things seriously. And so that's and then we started developing Glass App. So I'm pretty sure that you have many inputs from many different sources, and sometimes it's difficult to decide what to do, because the day is 24 hours longer. We have to sleep 8 hours, so there is not much time left. But if you are open to change your plans, for sure you will have the opportunities that allow you at the end to be satisfied of what you're doing.
Just to add on that, very brief, so surely made me laugh the fact that we only have a certain number of hours a day to work, so that's very important. What I can just add to that is, first of all, find your community, find people who truly support you also in this process, because in my experience, I'm very lucky to be doing this I've been doing it for 15 years and over, and I always find colleagues, friends, family who supported me, but it's not always the case. And it's not always the case of finding people who also believe in the same, enthusiasm of truly making a difference in one way or another. Also, any small difference is still a difference. And then my last piece of advice is speak, exchange, even with people who do not believe in the same things, because part of what we do, both as Climate Reality and Rethinking Climate, it's going out and interviewing anybody. We published a documentary where I simply asked to people in a square in Milan, when you think of climate, what do you think? And you'd be surprised of the kind of answers that was given to me, but that is truly important of what is stopping us and what is actually pushing us to really make a difference. So chat among each other, truly engage and challenge your own thoughts to find support in this.
Okay. Thank you again, Asia and Giovanni, for your time, and to all of you for attending this panel. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the day at the annual conference 2022.
Now the panel is finished. Next panel is at 11:30, and it's sustainable food and drink production. So be here around 11:25, 11:30. So next panel is sustainable food and drinks production. Thank you. The panel discussion, Sustainable Food and Drinks Production, is about to begin in 2 minutes. So come to the panel zone. I repeat, Sustainable Food and Drinks Production panel is about to begin in 2 minutes.
No, ha il timer. Sono già entrare? Sì, allontanati dalle casse. Sì.
Attention please, panel discussion, Sustainable Food and Drinks Production is beginning in the panel zone. I repeat, panel discussion, Sustainable Food and Drinks Production is beginning. So please come to the panel zone. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. Here we are on the second day of the annual conference, Sustainability Day. So, this panel, I introduce you. It is the Sustainable Food and Drinks Production. And I have the pleasure to present you the panelists that take this panel. Prof. Dr. Christine Brombach, that is online. So, Christine, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh. Right. Christine is a lecturer at the Zurich University of Applied Science in Wädenswil. Then we have Stefano Chetti, winemaker, owner of Azienda Agricola Stefano Chetti, and Lucia Marrocco, co-founder and CEO of Dripe, and electrical engineer at the Politecnico di Milano. So, let's speak about the impact of food and beverage sectors and new ways to face and or reduce it. It's important. You have about 10 minutes each one. In this way, we have a small time for a Q&A session of the attendees. So, let's start from Christine, who described us the scenario in the future about the impact of food sector. So, Christine, to you the word.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here to this wonderful congress, and congratulations for the organization of such a great event. Many greetings from Switzerland. I'm located just on the shore of Lake of Zurich, so I'm sending you my good wishes for this conference. Next slide. Maybe you wonder why you have a dietitian and nutritionist here now giving you a small presentation. In spring, we had a new edition of the IPCC report when we heard news that there is really a heat to make changes in order to reach our target of 1.5 degrees for global warming. And in this report, it is also mentioned that our consumption pattern has a huge impact, and we know that we just have a small time window open until 2030 to prevent tipping points to increase global warming to 2 degrees centigrade. So I'm talking about diet and food and why that has an impact. I hope to bring you a couple of ideas. Next slide, please. Now, you can't see my slides now, can you? Sorry. Okay. Each one of us eats about 1.5 tons of food per year. So this is something we all share. But what we eat has different impacts on our global systems. So, next slide, please. If we assume that every person living on the earth has 1.5 tons consumption to fulfill physiological needs, and also this food has to be produced while we have an increase in our population. Next click. We know that in future we will be 10 billion of people that all have the same physiological and psychological needs to eat food. Next click. But we also know that we have a decrease in our resources to produce that amount of food to feed the world population. That means land, that means energy, that means water, biodiversity. And while we have an increase on the pressure of our systems, we also have a pressure coming from the amount of people that inhabit the earth. Next slide. So, in 2019, there was a consortium of researchers trying to combine and think about ways of combining health issues and sustainability issues, and came up with an idea of, do we have certain ideas to combine that to feed the growing world population, respecting our boundaries that the planet provides for us? Next slide. Now, this is one of the publication, and I'm not expecting that you read to it, but in the Eat Lancet report, which was published 2019, next click, please, there was a very remarkable introductional sentence to make clear of what we are talking about. And I just quickly cite, food systems have the potential to nurture human health and support environmentally sustainability. However, they are currently threatening both. Now, what does that mean? We know that on a global level, we have certain global boundaries. And at the moment, 4 of these 9 boundaries are already exceeded. And that is the amount of cropland use, that is the nitrogen application due to fertilizing, the phosphorus application also during to fertilizing, which then leads to a tipping of the water systems. And we also have a loss of biodiversity. What you see on this slide is an orange circle claiming 100%. Now that is both the so-called health boundary and also the global boundary of our food systems. And 4 are already exceeded. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, what does that have got to do with our eating? And this is just a slide indicating what we are currently eating on a global level at the moment. And what you clearly can see in this picture, that we have an overabundance of consumption of animal-based products. We have too much sugars and fats in our diets on a global level, and we have too little vegetables, nuts, legumes, and whole grains. So we need to make changes. And what should we make in changes of? Next slide, please. This is, according to the Eat Lancet Commission, a recommendation for having a sustainable and healthy diet on a global level. This means it's not a vegan, it's not a vegetarian diet, but we should make changes toward a lowering intake of animal products and an increase in vegetable and legumes, fruits, and whole grains. So this is having a health benefit on an individual level, but also sustainable benefits on a global level. Next slide. Now, this is a rather complicated table, but it indicates a calculation given from these consortium of scientists how we should eat on a global level, which then should have to be transformed on a national level. Now, you have to keep in mind this is a very aggregated table, but it is a calculation showing that we can actually reach global sustainability and health if we make all changes on a global level to reach out to be within the targets of our global boundaries. Next slide. Now, this implies that we have to have a look at our food systems, because the food systems are the ones that have an impact on health and on our agricultural systems, as well as on sustainability, meaning that we have to make changes on the macro level, which is the policies. That's also inclined that we have to make changes on the meso level, that is our communities, where we live, where we shop, where we buy, because we very often have food-driven production and retail. But it also means that we have to make changes on our individual level, which is the micro level. And that means that you all have to think about of what you eat, about these 1.5 tons of food that you consume on average, including beverages, of course. And that it also means that you have to decrease animal-based food increase vegetables, legumes, nuts, and seeds and whole grains, but it has to be practical, it has to be tasty, it has to be something that you can apply to in your everyday life situation. So what kind of measures can you perform in order to reach out for a change of tomorrow? We need to talk together, all the ones that are in part of the food system, and we also have, as consumers, be part of a food ambassador, talking about such issues, that our diet has impacts and that every bite you eat actually counts, and that you make sensible food choices. And I know that the Italian kitchen especially is a wonderful example. Please keep on, enjoy food and appreciate it. Reduce food waste and reduce the overall amount of animal-based products. And the last sentence please go to the next slide. The last quotation is also coming from this Eat Lancet Planetary Health Diet report, which makes a statement about why it is a need to make a change to transform our food system. And I'm just allowing it to be to give the citation. Global food production threatens climate stability and ecosystem resilience. It constitutes the single largest driver of environmental degradation and transgression of planetary boundaries. Taken together, the outcome is dire. A radical transformation of the global food system is urgently needed. Without action, the world risks failing to meet the UN Sustainability Developmental Goals and the Paris Agreement. So, just to make a stake for what you all share together, our daily food behavior has an impact. And in this sense, I hope that I can give you some good arguments to make changes, to become a food ambassador, to make also a transformation that allow us to be in the future having a healthy and sustainable environment and living. Thank you very much.
So, thanks, Christine, for this presentation. It's very interesting. So, Stefano, it's important to implement these changes of these regulations. We can summarize it in the policies, markets, the relationship between producers and consumers, and the consumer's point of view.
Yes.
Stefano, you are an example of sustainability, knowing the first-hand cost and the impact of every product.
Okay, so thank you, Daniele. Yes, I definitely agree also with Christine that we have to increase the consumer awareness for make this changement. And so I think that because every actor can, of course, bring a contribute to create a virtuous cycle, but consumers, I think they have we have the more important power for changing, for influencing the industry. And so, speaking about wine, I think that wine industry is a nice example because, of course, before making wine, we make grapes, and so we deal with the nature, we deal with the soil, and so of course with the environment. That is one of the most important topic about sustainable development. Just a step back about me for understanding my point of view. I'm a quite a new winemaker. I'm definitely an unusual winemaker and a new one because I'm an engineer. I got an MBA, and so I worked in the energy sector for some years. And then I come back at home for opening my own winery just 3 years ago. So starting from scratch and entering a new field, in a real meaning of word, because I entered in a vineyard, obliged me to ask myself, what is sustainability? Because I belong to another sector. So what is sustainability for me in winemaking? And that was the question I asked to myself from the beginning. And I was surprised that just this week I discovered that actually the answer that I had in mind was quite similar to the answer that United Nations say about sustainable development. So sustainability it's a kind of equilibrium, it's a kind of balance between 3 areas: the social sustainability, the environmental sustainability, and of course the economic sustainability. And so only the balance of these 3 the results connected to these 3 areas can bring to a real sustainability. And actually, in the wine industry, we have that. We have several topics to deal with. Each of one belongs to one of these 3 areas. Of course, the environment. So just looking at the vineyard and winery phase, because after that there is all the logistic, all the packaging, all the other part that maybe Lucia will speak also, will deal with. And anyway, only seeing the first part, you have a lot of topic like the biodiversity conservation, as Christine said. You have the soil care, the problem of the soil, because soil is a finite resource, so you have to find a way to regenerate it continuously. Then, of course, the CO2 footprint, the problem of reducing heat, the problem of pollinator. And then there is, of course, the social part, because there is the fact to protect the landscape, the fact to provide, of course, like every industry, quality of life to workers, and then support the local communities, because that's a very important topic too. And finally, of course, the economic part, because every company, every business to be viable. And so, I mean, as a startup, because I was definitely a low-tech startup, is of course at the beginning I focused immediately on the economic sustainability, because for me was the problem. I had to be viable, sustainable, but on the other side, for me it was very important to see the environmental sustainability. So I definitely say that I was more concentrated on the 2 part, on the green and red part, a little bit less on the social one, because as a startup you're small, your impact is not really big at the beginning on the society, on the community. I didn't have any worker; it was just me at the beginning, and but yes, that exists too. The point, as I say, so my point was at the beginning how to find this balance, how find the balance between these 2/3 parts. So that was the hard part for me at the beginning. It's still the hard part, because I'm continuously trying to have a continuous improvement, and it's important. It's sustainability for me is. From my experience, is not a stuff, it's a journey. You have to reach sustainability. And so the point is that how to make, also because the problem is that a lot of, when you put in action some practices for being sustainable, for example, speaking about the environmental actions, of course you have long-term, you usually have medium long-term impact, not short-term, above all from an economic point of view, or better, you have higher cost. That is not right. It's not cost, but they can see it as investment. So with long term, and so the problem for a company, of course, is how to transform this long term impact to short term impact for your company. And so just show you some example, maybe the two easy example to understand. Also very representative. When I started. The first stuff I did was decided to eliminate the herbicide, because the people running the vineyard before me, they used it. And I decided to stop it, of course, from the beginning. The results you can see quite easy. Of course, it's a lot of grass, so a lot of resource for the soil. And so very positive effect, above all in the medium term. The problem is, of course, the increase of the cost, because you have immediately a lot of more work to do by hand, by in my case, by the string trimmer, the hoe, and so a lot increase in cost. And second example is, of course, the reduction of insecticide, because my objective is to reduce the minimum the insecticides we want to use in the vineyard, because maybe you don't know, but there is a moment in where you are obliged to use insecticide for some illness of the vineyard. But in my case, so my objective is just to reduce it to that moment. And of course, the effect you can the positive effect you definitely can see it, but you don't know maybe the downside. You still have to face some insect that you don't want in your vineyard, like for example this bug. This bug is a bug that above all this year, because there have been a cold winter, it was plenty of this bug that they definitely eat the sprout. And so, without using insecticide, what I have to do, I went for around 20 nights, every night from 3 to 4 hours, walking to the vineyard for hunting them one by one with a torch on my vineyard. So you understand what it was me, my father, and here there is a group of volunteers. Next year, I hope there will be some of you with me in the night. And no, there was of course some friends that helped me, but means imagine that doing that for, in my case, 2 hectares. Imagine that for 20, 100 hectares. So there is a lot of cost, important investment, but if you have to get that that sustainable. Okay, this is the best I did for social responsibility in order to be social sustainable with my community. So the party at the end of the harvest. Okay, just joking, of course. But I mean, so the point is that how transform from long term to short term. And that's the point that I want to underline. I think the only way is really from producer make investment, but then increase the awareness of consumers. So we have to, of course, the only way is communicating. So for me, is communicating, is speaking, is telling people what I do in the vineyard, what I do every day. And so that's why I definitely stress the concept of storytelling on the social media. And you can see what mean when I say I stress the storytelling, because I write a lot of stuff if you go to reading. And for example, the label, because I did a label a little bit out of the box, I think, because it was a little bit different from the one you maybe are used to see. Because every year I create a new label, I write a new test describing what I do, which challenge I face, which challenge I face in the vineyard, and so on. So really, because the important stuff is, okay, we have to invest as a producer, but the consumer, we have to be able to share, to bring this added value to the consumer, in order that, of course, to valorize the product and the practices, and so favorize sustainability. And that's why this is my kind of motto, so that everyone has a story, but mine's on the front level. And that's my point.
So, thanks, Stefano, for your interesting experiences, and thanks for your excellent work. Here we are, Lucia. So every individual and daily action has an impact. So each choice can reduce the environment impact. How much is important to reduce the footprint of packaging or every action of our life?
Or a drink footprint. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Lucia, CEO and co-founder of Dripe, a startup with a sustainable mission in the beverage industry. So we started our project by analyzing a traditional spirit bottle that you can easily find at the supermarket. But have you ever thought what we really buy when we choose a spirit bottle? Because, for example, analyzing this spirit bottle, it weighs 1.2 kilograms, but the 40% of its weight is glass, while 50% is water. So it means that only 10% of the total weight corresponds to its essence, what makes it original. And the bulky packagings and the water in excess have an impact, an environmental impact and cost impact in terms of production, transport, and disposal. Deep in the research, the life cycle assessment of the whole glass bottles produced in Italy has an impact of 3.7 million of kilograms only in a year. And when we think about glass material, we think that it's possible to recycle them infinite times. And yes, it's true, but it's also true that this recycling process of the glass saves just 10 to 15% per ton of the total energy. That is the least value compared to the ones of the other materials. So Dripe decided to solve this problem by reducing the volumes and the weights that characterize this market. And so how we decide to miniaturize the cocktails? By powdering the ingredients to make them. And so we designed Dripe, the first solid and water-soluble cocktail that is really simple to prepare. Just fill a glass of water, take Dripe, drop it, and in a few seconds it will be ready. To make it real, we select a bunch of spices and herbs. We mix them together, then we put in the alcohol, and we leave them together in infusion. And when it's time, we powder the infuse. And then we shape it and customize it according to the customer needs. After seeing a lot of virtual images, you may ask if it's really possible to do that. And yes, it is. This is Drive, one of our last prototypes. It proves our initial assumptions. In fact, its weight and its volume is about 25% of the volume of traditional cocktail. This is a gin lemon. We tried it, we tasted it, and we really enjoyed it. And which are the businesses that can use Drive to be more sustainable? For example, the ones that have to manage huge volumes of waste composed by glass and plastic bottles. For example, we discovered that festivals and events suffer this problem, and they are looking for a solution for creating their own low waste events. Also, cruise ships have this problem. They have up to 1,300 tons of waste of glass bottles, only glass bottles on board every year, that they have to reduce in some way. So they have crushers inside that reduce the waste while traveling. And Drive is a key product for not only reduce the volume, but also to save energy and fuel that is used for compacted waste. Drive is also useful for airline companies. In fact, they in the last year introduced new policies for reducing just a few grams on board that save a lot of fuel. And Drive is a product that not compromise the cocktail menu, but reduces the weight. Where we are, we were born more or less 1 year ago. Now we are prototyping, we are improving our MVPs, and in the meantime we are building our network of early adopters. And then we will want to validate together the product, and then we want to build the framework of suppliers and partners that we need to make the real production, industrial production of Drive. And also we have to protect with a technological patent this innovative process to be ready for the next year to deliver finally Drive. This is Drive. We are a team of 5 guys. There's me, I'm an electrical engineer. Then there are 3 product designers, Beatrice, Thomas, and Massimo, that are in charge for different responsibility. Beatrice for communication, Thomas for the production, and Massimo for legal and financial aspects. Finally, there's Alessio, a PhD candidate in industrial chemistry that is working on MVPs. And we were born in Fondazione Agnelli, and now we are in pre-acceleration program with Bocconi for Innovation. We have a strong mission, the mission to bring sustainability in the beverage industry with a huge vision of spreading the awareness of sustainable topics by creating smart, practical solutions that can fit in leisure moments and free moments, like for example, when you are making an happy hour. So thank you very much. These are our contacts. Feel free to contact us. Thank you.
So thanks, Lucia, for your speech. Thanks for the excellent work for you, for your team. So now you can leave the word to the public.
Hello. My doubt is that when you were, convincing the investors about how a consumer will take Drive over a normal cocktail, what was the challenge you faced and how did you convince them?
We discovered that the drink sector is a traditional word that is characterized by traditional regulation, traditional strange laws, but people that in this period showed interested in Ripe are the ones that are interested in sustainability, that want to make really their even sustainable thanks to a product that reduce a lot their waste. So this is the strategy now.
Christine's talking, but
by the way, you know that the lady has a hand raised as well.
Christine is
I
talking.
think that one of the speakers wants to say something. Oh, okay, if I then can go next. I have a question to Christine. Because in your presentation, and I don't know if you are able to have this information or not, but about what would be the ideal sustainable diet distribution. And I've been wondering because lately, I would say in the last at least 5-10 years, there has been, I feel, a change in the diet of people. More and more I meet people that are flexitarian or vegetarian, vegan. Do you know if there has been done any study that has shown, okay, there has really been a change in the impact of the food system because of these diet changes that have been going on? Has already an impact now, or? We cannot hear you.
Talk?
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, there is echoing. Okay. First of all, you always have to look on what kind of segment of the population you're talking about. Looking into the national consumptions that each country in Europe more or less has, we can see slight changes, but the overall consumption patterns are still unbalanced. And that means that we still have not reached yet our aims. And going into young people or populations such as you represent here, do not just get the idea that this is representing the whole population. We see that there are changes, but it is one of the most difficult tasks to really bring people to make changes in their dietary behavior. And that is so because dietary behavior is a very stable routine that you have because you do it constantly every day. And it's not just changing the diet, it's changing the lifestyle because it implies many things. You need to go to shop differently, you need to budget differently, you need to have maybe new cooking skills that you need to acquire to make changes. And of course you have to take in people because it's still in the end crucial that you like what you eat. Taste is very crucial for us. So it means that you have to make changes, but you can make changes, but more or less on a gradual side. And there are all good signs that people are willing to do so and adapt. One of the biggest barriers to come up with such a more healthy and sustainable diet is actually the way if it fits into our food dietary practices of every day. So you have to kind of sneak in order to keep up a diet that is sustainable and that is in the long run really favorable for your health and for your sustainability. And of course, you have to see it from a systems approach. Just as Danielle said, there are producers that live on such products, and there are also retails, and it also has got to do with nutrition education. So, you know, it implies all of us. And it's not just only us as consumers, but it's also the whole system that needs to make a transformation. And of course, we can discuss about it. Do we still have enough time? I would say at the moment, we still can make a change on a voluntarily base. But as we all know, our resources decline because they are not forever. They are endless. We are in a closed system. The globe is a closed system. So if we eat up everything that we have today, there will be nothing left for your generation and the next generation thereafter.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi. My question is for all of you. Often eating healthy or eating in a more sustainable way is more expensive. Choosing a vegetable is often more expensive than choosing a heavily processed meat, because with just a vegetable you cannot have a full meal, you need something else. So do you believe the market is ready, people are ready to spend a little bit more in order to eat more sustainably and healthier, in a healthier way?
I
Cannot hear you.
I can maybe answer a little bit according to my experience. I think yes, and on my experience, when I started, as I said, of course, for making everything sustainable, you have to increase price at the end, because you have, and when I started, I put my product in a how do you say, in a part of the in a fase, anyway, in upper part of the market, so the price is quite higher compared to the competitor, a little bit higher, not quite, a little bit higher in that stream, and so far I'm being successful. So I mean, every bottle has been sold, so it means that the market, there is the market. Of course, maybe the market is smaller. Maybe we are the market that the consumer that we can address, our product can be addressed. I think that today this idea, these feelings will increase always more, because maybe we are the first generation that really deal with this problem. We really feel that. Of course, my father is not so aware of that. Your father, I don't know, I hope for you, but my father is not. And so I think it's a path, and that's why I said before, even if the market is not ready, the market, I think, is ready. Maybe is not normal yet. Maybe we need. That's why I think we as a producer, of course, we need investment, and we need to push this market. We need to push people for understanding. But if you don't understand what there is behind, how you can understand, and so how you can be, you can accept to pay more. You don't, if you don't see that, you maybe imagine the added value, but you don't see it. So of course, it's a global, as Christine said, it's a global work. Policymakers have to push, producer has to invest and to inform, consumer has, of course, to understand, to be interested, and so on. So there is I think it's a global job, not only not only by the consumer, not only by producer, not only by policymakers.
So Christine?
Well, this is a seemingly easy question, but it's very complex, just as Danielle also pointed out. We have made calculations in Switzerland. We have created a week plan based on the planetary health diet, and we calculated the costs in a conventional manner and also in an organic manner. And surprisingly, it's not that much more expensive. Besides, it was even cheaper because we are not buying expensive meat. But on the other side, we need to understand that you have to know how to combine a diet. It's not just that you leave out the meat, it's that you also combine vegetables that contain proteins, such as the legumes, lentils, peas, and so forth, and also nuts and seeds. Because they contain valuable proteins and the fatty acids and the amino acids that you need. But it also means that we are not paying at the moment true costs, because the costs that you see on conventional food products do not include costs that these food products cause for the environment and the health. So there is an interesting situation at the moment in Germany on a market that several retailers start to put price labels onto their products next to the price that you will have to pay at the cash, indicating that this product is actually too cheap. And there are in many governments, including in Switzerland, I also know from France, I know from Germany, I also know from some Scandinavian countries, really discussions on shifting the food taxes. That means to increase taxes for animal-based products and in the long run decrease costs for the vegetables or those products that have a lower price. There is also something coming at the moment to discuss about certain labelings that have an eco-labeling, but it is always a systems approach, because Danielle also stressed it, it has to imply all of us, and we as consumers, we need to have more information, but also be more educated. That's why I opt and say, nutrition education should be part of a mandatory system in our schools and also for the general public in order to make informed choices at the point of sale. So it is not just like in a clockwork, just not only changing one little part of it, but whenever you do so, you will have impacts on the whole system. And this is what we hope for.
Can I add? Because actually, I agree with Christine that of course we have to see it in a holistic way. Because of course, I'm pointing the point that sustainability is a cost today. Maybe that is really in short term. Because also for me, speaking about vineyard, when I do that, I do because I really trust that okay, maybe today is an investment, but this investment will give you back. And probably at the end, I will also spend less for produce. Because for example, the Guareski example I showed you before. The objective is to reduce the fertilizers. So also for the producers, that will be probably a saving at the end. So today, for me, is a cost because at the beginning, I have to change the system. I'm in a changing moment because, as I said before, they used it. So I'm in a changing moment. But my idea is that in the future, that I will find back that. I will have back that. And today, okay, the cost is higher. I pay my grapes cost 3 times the normal grapes compared to my neighbor. But I hope that in one day will cost 0.8, and I will have also a benefit on the product. So that's the point. Is of course holistic view, because as Christine said, if you assess the life cycle, probably that's the definition of sustainability. It's not better, it's longer probably, longer because better. So I think it's maybe today we need this effort as consumer, as everyone, as every actor has to make some effort, but we will get it at the end. We will get it a better results, also from an economic point of view.
Can I pose a question to Lucia?
Yeah.
I very much enjoyed your presentation, and I just wondered from also on a life cycle assessment point of view, because drying takes a lot of energy when you reduce the liquid into a powder system. How would that compare on the transportation energy that you will use? Because from a sustainability point of view, we know that the transportation of the total energy that is needed for producing and getting it to retail and then consume it actually has not that huge impact. So I just wondered if that compares to the overall energy use of a product.
Okay, thank you for the question. The powdering process for alcoholic material is different from the traditional ones. So it's just a matter, and I cannot say more, it's just a matter of mixing. Okay, so from an energy point of view, I think, but I didn't measure yet it's less energy demanding. So I think that we create a strategy, because reducing means for us reducing the emissions, but we have to measure the energy requirement for the entire process, from the production, as you said, but also in the packaging and the disposal of the material that we use for dry.
So you have a sort of also a barrier in your packaging, because I mean, it still contains alcohol, right?
Yeah.
Because this is, okay. So you have a certain material that prevents the evaporation of the alcohol
Yeah.
And it's also water. Is also water soluble, or you just have to open something first?
For creating vacuum, we now are using plastic, and then the outside packaging is paper, but it is just in prototyping phase. So we now are working on how to make sustainable also the packaging for a sustainable product.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
So time is over. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Stefano. Thank you, Lucia, for attending this panel. Thank you of the audience. So good activities on this day, and thank you for attending us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Christine.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Everyone to this panel about biodiversity and climate change. So my name is Sarah Nyberg and I will be the moderator for the session. I have a study background in energy and environmental engineering, working now to help companies to tackle climate change, but I'm also very active in Yes Europe since around 3 years. Okay, so why are we doing this panel about biodiversity and climate change, you might ask? So what do the two topics have to do with each other? Many people are very aware about the issue of climate change, but fewer are aware about the issues or the topic of biodiversity, or rather the issues of biodiversity loss. And even fewer are aware about how these two topics are impacting each other. So therefore, we hope that you can learn about the interlinkages of biodiversity and climate change, the problems and also the possible solutions. So first, we will hear presentations from the panelists about the topic and the issues. After that, we will have a discussion about the solutions, and in the end, you will have the possibility to ask questions to the panelists. And before we start with the presentations, I would like you to shout out some words which come to your mind when you think about biodiversity and climate change. So to make it faster, we'll not send out a microphone, but I will repeat the words that I hear so that everyone hears it. Okay, so what do you think about when you hear the words biodiversity and climate change? Monocultures. Species. One more time? Extinction, What more? Transition? Urbanization, yeah. Habitat loss? Yeah, good, okay, good. I see how your brains are trying to become a bit active. I know you have been sitting down for at least half an hour for the first keynote, but I'll hope that this will interest you as well. Okay, so thank you very much. So let me introduce the panelists to you. So first, in the middle here, or closer to me, is Jost von Hardenberg. And he is a professor at Politecnico di Torino, teaching on the climate system and climate change. His research is dedicated mainly to global climate modeling. He's focusing especially on the water cycle, vegetation, climate interactions, and to downscale global climate model information for impact studies, including ecosystems and biodiversity. Then we have with us via a link to Guido Cencini. Let's see if we can see if he's online on the link, Guido Cencini. Otherwise, I hope that we can see him or follow him soon. I hope the technicians can work on that. Meanwhile, I'll start to present Domenico to the right here in the room. And so he's a PhD engineer and has been an, and has been an observer of the international UNFCCC climate conferences, so the COPs, since 2015. He's a member of the Italian Society of Climate Sciences and is active in different and youth environmental organizations and networks. He's also an organizer of the Climate Change Symposiums and Climate Social Forum. Okay, cool. Here we have Guido Cencini. Yeah, if we can see Guido on the screen, please. So he is an agronomist and is working for the startup Zero CO2. There, he's developing projects and tools to assess their environmental footprint of products, companies, and services. He's also designing plantations for the company's reforestation and agroforestry projects. Earlier, he did research at the University of Florence in the field of precision agriculture and remote sensing. So welcome, Guido, via online link. We're happy that you can join us virtually. So, yeah, hello, great that your sound is working as well. We will start with the first presentation from Jost, who will talk about climate modeling and climate impacts on ecosystems. So welcome.
Thank you, Sarah. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you all. Maybe we can see my slides. Thank you. Okay, so being a climate modeler, I will actually start briefly with models. And we have these powerful tools which have been developed during the past decades, which we're using more and more for different purposes. They have been developed mainly as, you see, I wrote digital twins of our climate system. They really try to reproduce a wide range of processes in the climate system. And they have been developed mainly for scientific purposes, of course, so mainly to understand the processes and to better identify what are the processes that work in the framework of climate change. But they are being used more and more also for another purpose, which is to do climate projections for the future and help us to, as tools, to study and develop mitigation strategies and adaptation measures. And in order to do that, actually, we have a problem to solve, which is the next, which I show you in the next slide, which is the fact that actually, when we do adaptation to local scale or to evaluate the impact, specifically here, for example, on biodiversity and ecosystems, we have a problem of scales, because these models actually nowadays say reproduce the Earth, the climate system, on a grid which is quite coarse. It's of the order of tens of kilometers, actually more around 50 or 100 kilometers. And there's a lot of progress being done in that direction, but this is very far from the scales which often are needed for working at a local scale for doing climate impact studies. And this is true in a wide range of sectors. It's true in the energy sector, in the water sector, but also, especially also for studying ecosystems. The typical question I receive from ecosystem modelers is, yes, but I need to know about climate change in my specific valley here in the Alps. So it's a very specific question, which requires us to bridge this gap in scales and with what we also could call the downscaling issue. And there's different methods we are using to bridge this gap. And the classical one, oh, sorry, this slide didn't come out too well. This is old, well, okay. It's an old slide, and this has happened before. Sorry about that. In any case, the point is that one method is, of course, to make the entire modeling process much more complex. We introduce additional models in between. We have regional climate models, which run at higher resolution. We have also statistical methods to do this downscaling. In the end, though, what we want to do is to get to the panel panel in the lower left, which is to actually be able to model things at a much more local scale. And there has been a lot of improvement, and also to avoid this, and the models have developed in the past years in the number of processes they reproduce, and also in terms of resolution. And here, this is really a thing which is happening in these years. There's now a push to really bring these models to the extremely higher resolution. So actually to bridge this gap by orders of magnitude and really come in the future to having models which really can directly help us to understand what is happening even at the kilometer scale. And I list them just on the left. You can read them if you want. There's a lot of scientific benefits we also expect from this in the fidelity of the models. In any case, the other point is the ability of these models, the progress we have done in reproducing complex processes in these models. And also here there's a lot of research to be done because the climate system is not indeed linear. We often think of climate change as something gradual, something which is happening slowly. All these curves you see are linear. These are we project for the future. But actually, the climate system, we know this for sure, has a lot of mechanisms, feedbacks, which actually are deeply nonlinear and which can amplify the change. So actually, we cannot exclude big surprises in the climate system. We can have irreversible change. And so actually, to add to your words we had at the beginning, I would also add biodiversity, well, also irreversible change, because there's many examples where we expect biodiversity loss to be almost irreversible, because there's a feedback between the ecosystems, think of the Amazon forest, for example, and the climate at a local scale, which might make recovery measures very, very difficult. So we go over a threshold, and this we call sometimes tipping points. We go over this threshold above which going back is almost impossible. It's almost impossible in a very short time, of course. I just want to spend the last 3 slides to report briefly some of my personal experiences in sort of bridging this gap and going down to the scale of ecosystem modeling. So one is still in the realm of the modeling itself, and it's the fact that actually, as I said, these models contain a lot of complex components. One of the components we try to model is the vegetation itself. In a changing climate, we need active vegetation. We need to have vegetation to adapt. If we have deep changes in temperature and precipitation conditions, we would expect the vegetation at a local scale to adapt. In order to model this, we have active vegetation models, actually dynamic global vegetation models, which are able to do this. And it's very interesting to apply them to some specific cases. So for example, I've been involved in a study to study African savannas. And that's an interesting case because again, it's a case where we have bistability. We have the possibility under the same conditions to have tropical savannas and or to have tropical forests. And these two exclude each other. And the system can switch from one to the other. Then there's another topic which I have been working on for many years, and here again, there's still a lot of work to be done, but it would be interesting to connect this phenomenon, which occurs at a very specifically local scale. Here we talk about hundreds or tens of meters, to climate changes at a more global scale, which is actually eco-hydrological modeling in drylands, in regions of the world where water is a limiting factor. And there are many things which are fascinating also from a mathematical point of view. You can just look at these pretty pictures. These are all vegetation patterns. These are patterns which vegetation forms by itself, spontaneously, in reaction to the lack of water, because this form of distribution of the vegetation is better suited to deal with this lack of water. And this actually creates a lot of, this is not only for the vegetation. This actually, the vegetation acts like what we call an ecosystem engineer, and is able actually to create habitats for many other species. So the deserts are not really desert. They actually present very rich ecosystems. The final example I want to make is this study we did. And this is probably the best example of the completing this chain I was trying to present at the beginning. It was a study about the impact of climate change on Alpine ibex here in the Alps. Well, you can see an ibex in the top left corner, and if you're not familiar with the species. And ibex is a species which suffers heat, so they prefer during summer, they prefer to stay in cooler places. There's also a reason they stay in high mountains, because they escape from anthropic influences, but it's mostly nowadays because they prefer cooler places. And so in a warming climate, they face a dilemma. They face a dilemma that they need to go higher, because the higher you go, of course, temperatures are lower. They need to go higher, but the quality of the food they find there, the foraging, actually decreases. So they have to decide, well, should I go to places where I can find better, more energetic food, or should I stay here where it's actually quite warm? And what they do, we can show that they actually prefer to go to higher places. And this obviously will have an impact. And here actually we made also projections for the end of the century. We also have some earlier. And actually we can predict that the area, which is the habitat, which is suitable for them for foraging during summer in this specific valley in Gran Paradiso, this is Le Vionaz, will reduce dramatically. So in an intermediate scenario, it will be less, it will be half of what they had so far. And actually in the more extreme scenario, it will be even less. It will be 1/3. Obviously, the higher you go, sooner or later the mountain finishes. So of course, this is a good example of how some species cannot escape climate change. Some species can colonize new areas. Some species can move. You would think animals can move. Well, some animals cannot move. And this is made even more dramatic by the fact that climate change is happening at an accelerated rate in the mountains, like in polar areas. So there are some areas of the world where this is happening at an accelerated rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Jost. And what you talked about with the savanna, that it has two systems, it can be a savanna or a rainforest. That reminds me of that I've learned that the Amazonas is being cut down a lot now. So there's a risk if it's being cut down even more, then it might turn into a savanna.
Indeed, yeah, indeed, that's exactly that is the problem. Also because the type of vegetation has an influence on the evapotranspiration on the albedo locally and the evapotranspiration. So actually it feeds back on the climate system. And this is exactly what might happen in the Amazonas, that the local climate is affected by us humans cutting down the rainforest. And so it's not enough to stop cutting it. It's not enough to hope that it will grow back, because by doing this, we also change the local climate. And this is accelerating actually degradation of vegetation in the Amazonas.
Yeah, okay. And as we understand, if you cut down more forest, and when you have a savanna, then it cannot take up as much CO2 from the atmosphere. And it also, like cutting down the Amazonas is also causing a lot of carbon emissions. So.
And biodiversity loss, of course.
And biodiversity loss, exactly, exactly. Okay, thank you. So the next speaker is Guido, who is joining us virtually, and he will talk about forests and biodiversity. So I give the word to Guido.
Thank you, Sarah. Can you hear me, right? Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Guido, I'm an agronomist, and I'm the forestry strategist of Zero CO2. In the next slide, I give you an highlight what we do. Zero CO2 is a benefit corporation and a B Corp that deals with environmental sustainability through reforestation, agroforestry, and afforestation. So tree planting projects in multiple regions. Our biggest project is in Guatemala, where this project was born in 2019. We have created a project with a true impact on both the environment and the people living in the Petén region, is in the north of Guatemala, and is an area affected by wild deforestation and also with a complex social context. So here we have created with our founder, so we have two founders, one based in Italy, another in Guatemala. We have created our nursery. So we follow all the value chain on reforestation, from the nursery to the maintenance of the plantation and the plants of the tree. And we donate the trees to the local communities to support of, with the support of privates and all around the globe. And since in 2 years, we planted in our project 400,000 trees. And we would like to continue to start other projects. For now, we are also present in Guatemala and other regions of the world, like Tanzania in Africa, Peru in Amazonian forest, and in Argentina and Patagonia. In the Petén region, we have the biggest projects. Today, in the next slide, I start to give you a focus on a theme that we touch every day with reforestation, that is biodiversity. So in the next slide, I give you just a quick definition of what is biodiversity. Maybe you already know what it is. Biodiversity is defined as the variety of all lives in the earth or in an habitat. So it's the number of species. And I would like to add also the number of connection by the species, by the genetic variation that we have in a habitat, and so the interaction of these living forms. And also I started to highlight another problem that also is one of the most important problem. Maybe it's the real problem of the climate change, that is the loss of biodiversity. And in the UN report published on 2019, scientists issue an extinction warning for 1 million species out of an estimated total of 8 million. So it's a real problem. So we have a real problem on the present. So biodiversity is a fundamental resource that we have to say that is not being preserved at all. And all models released in nature and science tell us that this reduction in richness of ecosystem will have also an economic effect. So maybe these economic effects could be the issue that will force also the institution and the other stakeholders to finally start talking to each other. So the economics, the ecologic part. On the next slide, I give you just this picture of the hotspot of biodiversity. In Zero CO2, we work with forests that you see on the red, the red hotspot. Many of them are forests. For example, in the Amazon forest in Brazil. But I want to give you to highlight also Italy. Italy is a real hotspot of biodiversity, of different connection between species, but biodiversity, in my opinion, to go a bit out of context, is a very important theme also for that we can apply also in the other aspects of the society, because Italy, for example, is biodiversity of many things, not just natural species, but cultural, society. So biodiversity connection and the number of connections is a very real important things. In our case, in Zero CO2, is important things that we want to restore on the for what concern the habitat of forest. And on the next slide, I started to give you analyze. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. I give you just a quick overview on the primary drivers that every day we face on the regeneration of and reforestation project. Obviously, the biodiversity loss is the reduction in number of genes, individual organisms, species, and ecosystem in a given area. In our case, we'll give obviously a focus on the forest. The trend over the last 20 years has been to always simplify, reduce the number of species, the number of connection. Many of the forests that was in Guatemala are now monoculture, and every day we are very close to them. So palm oil monoculture, soy monoculture, and to be very rapid, I give you the primary drivers. So we have the habitat loss, so detaining, the fragmenting or destroy an ecosystem, ecosystem plant, the soil, the hydrologic and nutrient resource. Then we have the invasive species. This factor is also strongly linked to forest degradation, alteration, also here in Italy. So the invasive species are any non-native species that significantly modifies or disrupts ecosystem balance. Then we have the overexploitation, so the process of harvesting too many terrestrial or aquatic animals or plants in the case of deforestation, deplete the stocks of some species while driving order to extinction. Then we have the pollution, obviously. And I would like to give you the light on the climate change. So considering the 5 cases that I listed, climate change interacts with which of them? So deforestation and fire, spread of alien species are all linked with the climate change. So in all cases, it interacts by worsening existing effect. And the concept that is really important to me, as simple as it is to think of an extra degree centigrade, not as something but that change the perception of the temperature. So it is warmer or it's colder, but we must think of a degree or half a degree as something that upset all the balances that regulate complex system, for example, forests, so the chemical reaction and all the million of bonds that exist between all the components of a forest, for example. And then we have the influencers. Obviously, the influencer of the biodiversity loss is easy to understand it, but is the human being. And also the habitat population growth, the increasing of consumption. The consumption that we make is a very issue. So the production of food, we produce food for 12 billion of people. We have just 7 billion. So we have many problems, all linked with the human being. In the next slide, I give you the. I don't know if you watch but is the problem in Guatemala that we face every day. In Guatemala, we have in 20 years this is the effect of reforestation. We have lost the 60% of the forest in the region where we work. And so there, to finish my presentation, we give you just a highlight how we work. In Guatemala, we planting trees, and we make these in the forest land, mainly deforested by intensive agriculture and livestock. And our team is directly involved in planning mixed agroforestry plantings with native species that, while maintaining higher environmental efficiency, so biodiversity support, carbon storage, regeneration of the soil, but also provide families with economic support and food security. So the design of a system here obviously have to meet the needs of the people, because the sustainability have to keep in consideration also the economic and the social impact. Overall, when you work with the indigenous Mayan people, so planting trees cannot be reduced to a mere exercise in numbers, but must be a sustainable tool on all fronts, so social, economic, and environmental, as a result of planning that takes into account the needs of existing communities, animals, and plants, including human beings. Thank you.
Thank you, Guido. So at least I learned a lot, and I hope the audience also learned a lot. Among others, I learned about there are economic and social effects of biodiversity loss, and also that the number of connections matters, not only the number of species, but also the number of connections between different species matters. So next up, we have Domenico, our third speaker, and he will talk about biodiversity loss and its consequences and ecosystem services.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, we listened from the previous presentation what is biodiversity and how is important also to model and to have scientific studies that are outlining what are the effects that the biodiversity loss and climate change are like producing. And in my presentation, I want to show you a report that has been done at the international level, properly to assess the importance of these two concepts that you can see in this first slide. So biodiversity, but also ecosystem services. So as was previously mentioned, I was used to participate to the International Conference on Climate Change. And let me start saying that it's important to science to speak out. And it's important also to give interface and interfaces for science to talk with policymakers. And that's properly what it's the topic of my presentation. Basically, when we talk about ecosystem services, we talk about all the functions that, for example, the ecosystem and also the presence of biodiversities are having towards the whole system of planet and also human community. And it's very important to assess the role of the ecosystem. And properly through the IPBES report, the international community has in a way produced a study that is also available for a policymaker to understand this role. Surely you will know the IPCC. IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Maybe you will not know so much the IPBES report. IPBES stands for Intergovernmental Panel, so again, like a group of international scientists that is studying a topic, and the topic is biodiversity and ecosystem services. Here you can see the amount of efforts that is given to this study. So the number of scientists, the number of studies that this report is collecting. And as Guido was saying, we are here into an ecological crisis. You surely know about the climate crisis. It's a term that surely you have listened. Ecological crisis is something that maybe you listen some also, but you not take so much attention. But what does it mean, ecological crisis? That means properly what's written here, that 14 out of 18 species are going to extinction. And it is a sort of mass extinction. And we have to take care of that. But we have to take care of that not only because it's bad, because of course maybe we like nature and so on, but properly because the ecosystem and the habitats have a role also for climate change. So, for example, the habitat can create like the condition for mitigate and to adapt to climate change. And it's important to preserve the habitats also for the species, because we have to increase and to maintain the biodiversity. You surely also have listened about the spillover effect. The spillover effect is this effect that maybe is associated also to the COVID pandemic, by which the virus, in this case the COVID virus, has been spread from a species to the human species. If there were more biodiversity in that environment in which this phenomena is happening, surely this spillover effect will be more difficult. And also with this small example, you can understand the role of biodiversity also for human communities. And for example, it's important to understand the pollination role. Surely, if you listen to our grandpas or for example, to the farmers, they will also say to you, okay, there are no many bees as before. And the pollination is a quite role that is connected to biodiversity. Biodiversity in this case of the insect species. And if we don't take care about that, we come out also with food losses and food crisis. So also food security is affected. And I said before, regulation of climate, habitats, forests, and also other ecosystems are in a way regulator of climate. Just to give you an example, if you can go in the park during the hot seasons, during summer, you will have also another temperature. This is a quite intuitive understanding of how it's important, for example, in cities to have areas that can prevent, for example, from heat losses. But this is just at a small scale. But just imagine, for example, the role of the Amazon. Amazon is quite our insurance against climate change, and it's our insurance also to have a mitigation of our emission into the atmosphere, as well also the other big forests in the world. And they are also not, they have also not a role in mitigation, but also in adaptation. For example, in preventing the extreme events. Just to imagine the mangrove systems, for example, on the riversides or also on the seasides. The mangrove systems can prevent from floods. And of course, if we prevent from floods, is also an economic impact that the loss of biodiversity is in a way connected to. But what can we do? I want to finish my presentation giving some mindset for solution. I write here in my slide that we need transformational change. What does it mean? That when we are planning our spaces, when we are planning our cities and our ecosystem restoration, we have to take in mind the role of ecosystem services and the role also of biodiversity for the whole equilibrium that in which we are inserted in. And if we understand, also thanks to the scientific knowledge, thanks to the studies, for example, the report, the essential role of ecosystems and also on biodiversity, it will be easier for us to design also action and intervention that consider this function as important. I will just give you an example. For example, here is an example of how we can transform a watershed restoration, taking in mind that the ecosystem are not just something to protect, but they also have a function. And we have to preserve that function. And with that, I will finish my presentation just to giving you a frame that it's important to understand that biodiversity and ecosystem have a role, have a function, and we have to preserve that.
Okay, thank you very much, Domenico. That was very interesting to hear. So now we come to our next part, which is the discussion about the solutions. So what can we do to prevent biodiversity loss and also to increase the biodiversity and restore these forests and wetlands and so on? So I start with something related to the research. So question first to Jos, but the others can also reply. So is there any major gap in the research about the intersection of climate and biodiversity which need to be addressed and researched about?
Yes. Hello? Yeah. Yes, thank you. Well, a little bit how I already introduced during my talk. One thing which I believe is that we really need to reinforce the communication between what we are trying to provide as climate services on the, say, science side for now and modeling side, and what is really needed in order to really estimate, also the, to allow, actually, to enable the modeling of biodiversity at a local scale. And this can only happen through a series of actions. One is to make the data more readily available, to make it easy, sort of, to also for scientists from different disciplines to access the data. I'm thinking, for example, one example is the need for having heavily downscaled climate information has been covered in recent years by some databases which have been produced with well, obviously scientifically appropriate methods, but which obviously made some approximations. And not always the users of this database are aware of the approximations which have been used. And also the fact that some of these were more easily available have led to the fact that they are more widely used, even if they may not be the best tool to use for the purpose. And so again, we have a large richness of information. We are sort of overwhelmed by climate data, by climate information, but we have a little bit of a difficulty to make these easily accessible. And this really would enable also both modelers, but also decisers and planners to, at all levels, to easily have available at all times the information they need at the right time. And this is really where we should put our effort now. There's a lot of which is being done. I believe that at least at the European level, there is a lot of awareness about this issue. The European Union is investing a lot in this, but we should obviously reinforce this in all sectors. And also, I believe there's a lot of, also in the private sector, there's a lot of say, space for working on providing such services.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else of the panelists who want to reply to this? Otherwise, go to the next question.
No, just to add also the importance of data visualization. So the transmission of the data, the communication of the data is also very important, and a lot of work needs to be done also to visualize in an intuitive way the data, so the message can be clear at the first sight. So just to highlight that.
Yes, yeah, good. So that we don't only see like numbers in a big Excel sheets or whatever, but also like visualize it to that it's easier to understand and then like gather the data. Yes. Okay, so now to the solutions, because as we had heard before, like as I said, many are aware about the climate crisis. Now we heard about the ecological crisis. We also have, as you know, a physical health crisis. That's why we have the masks. We have mental health crisis. We have like there's a war going on, so there's a lot of crises, but let's not get depressed. There are solutions, like we can do things about it, and that's why you can also like get organized with other young people to take action. A little bit more about that soon, about what we can do. But first I would like to ask on a general level, first maybe like already, what is being done already to prevent the loss of biodiversity? And how can we restore different ecosystems to increase the biodiversity? So maybe if we have Guido with us, if you want to start and answer, otherwise maybe Domenico can start. Let's see if we have Guido on the screen.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, this is the really important question. So to prevent the loss of biodiversity is the real key problem. And the value of biodiversity, in my opinion, is all there in the asymmetry between how long it takes to produce it and how little it takes to destroy it. And how it takes to restore it. So is the real key problem. And to link to the first question, I say, in my opinion, in this context, in the natural-based solution, the research can give an help also to give to the stakeholders, to the institution, also studies, an amount of studies on the cost effectiveness of the restoring biodiversity. So about the intervention compared to alternatives, because obviously plant trees is one of the best solutions, but it's not just about planting numbers, so 1 million or 1 billion of trees. But as far as I'm concerned, it's important how you do it. So which type of, because for example in reforestation we have agroforestry, we have afforestation, we have reforestation. So we have to also studies, and the research have to help project developers and also the institution to have cost effectiveness and the efficiency of the different kind of restore of biodiversity. So not just numbers, not just trees. Obviously, we have to plant trees, but we have also a clear scenario of how plant trees. So the design of the project.
Okay, thank you. Does Dominika want to add something, or Jost, or otherwise?
Well, I can bring an example from to show how actually sometimes even theoretical research, which might seem very far from these solutions we are discussing, actually can be quite directly head in that direction. It comes from, I believe it was my fourth to last slide, about modeling of eco-hydrological modeling in drylands. And there we know that sometimes vegetation actually responding to the lack of water, we can identify from it also both from a practical and from a theoretical point of view, a typical wavelength, a typical distance the vegetation prefers to organize itself into bands on an incline. And well, this can be used for restoration projects, or actually it has served as an input for planned restoration projects. So modeling a little bit the terrain, creating a condition so that water locally can accumulate, and then to favor the creation of a vegetation band at a given level on an inclined plane, and then the next one, and the next one at a given distance. Well, the theoretical modeling can help us to understand what this distance should be, or even the fact that actually this might be preferred form for the vegetation to organize. This is an example where actually pure mathematical modeling, basically, I mean, we have these models that are extremely simple, quite directly helped us to directly give some useful input for direct restoration projects.
Okay, yeah, and yeah, I know it's really important to make research available to actually use it. As my understanding is, there's a lot of research being done, and sometimes it can be hard to bring it from the universities and research centers to the companies and other organizations who can use it. And just comment to what Guido said, that like, yeah, when you plant a lot of trees, it's of course important to plant different trees, and that's, I understand, where agroforestry comes in. You have different species in the same place, and it's also interesting that like different trees take up different much CO2 and at different growth stages. So that's also an interesting aspect if you want to, so to say, optimize or maximize how much CO2 is being brought up. But then you need to look at the other aspects as well, of course. Okay, so we can broaden the question a little bit to, okay, so a lot of things are already being done, but yeah, more in general, like what are the best solutions to tackle both climate change and biodiversity at the same time? Is there something which should be done which is not being done today, or do you have other ideas which we haven't mentioned so far? So who wants to start to comment on this?
Yeah. I will start with an example, and also Guido has mentioned already. For example, agroforestry. Agroforestry is quite interesting because it has been also applied in urban spaces and so on. And basically, the concept of agroforestry is to create also productive areas, recreate productive areas, but having the principle of reconstructing the forest scenario, no? And these have several advantages. First of all, it increased the biodiversity. It's not a monoculture, for example. It's not just in planting one tree, but it's planting one tree together with another tree that is synergic with another one, and so on. And this increased, first of all, biodiversity. But also, there are studies that are demonstrating that this kind of technique at the long term, when is the agroforestry and the forestry is mature, like create more productivity for the agroforest itself. And so more productivity for a forest means also more capability to carbon capture. So actually, for example, thinking about an example that can take both, agroforestry is kind of sort of things, and in which also the biodiversity is increased, but in the same way also the ability to mitigate to carbon capture is increased.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Well, okay. Okay. Yeah, I would just add one thing, which is, on one hand, we have seen in a slide earlier that many areas of the world are hotspots of biodiversity, and I would like to remind that actually, of course, we need to invest a lot in how to recover, but also I believe we should invest a lot in how to protect what we still have. So here in Italy, for example, I would sort of make an appeal to also help as a public. We should push so that actually our countries in Europe in general help to fund, for example, the existing national parks. They should get more funding, not less funding. They should get more funding for helping to protect what we have, and also make it more accessible. I mean, there is somewhere a thin line to be drawn between enable people to profit from that, because the more people profit from these areas and know them, the more they will be willing to help protecting them, and this has to be developed. But also to protect really to protect these areas from further development and further exploitation. All these factors. I mean, it's not only climate change. A lot is also our use of the territory. I think we have seen that well in Guido's slides. These things go sort of in parallel. It's not exactly for the same reason why they are two separate panels, one on climate change and one on biodiversity. The land use and the exploitation of the territory is another huge impact we are having as humanity on our planet. And it has a strong impact on climate change also. I mean, land use is something we need to take into account in our modeling, and it's actually one of the main factors and one of the main uncertainties also in our projections for the next century. But obviously, it also has directly an impact. So it's not only, producing less CO2, but it's also about respecting what we have around us.
Yes, yeah, I think that's a really good point. I can actually mention an example from, and we'll see if we have Guido on the screen. Do you want to say something as well on this, or on the next question?
No, yeah, it's clear. Agroforestry is interesting. Can you hear me? Yes. And in my opinion, it's very important when you define or design a natural-based solution that you have a systemic approach. Is needed that goes from the design, the selection of species, and you have to try to simulate what a forest make. Obviously, it's not easy. It's almost impossible to recreate a forest. But when we have a project design, we have to keep in consideration not to plant trees, but to build ecosystem. And this is very change of perspective. So we have to think about ecosystem, and obviously, as the professor have said, we have to keep in consideration to prevent the destroy of our ecosystem, not to restore. Restore have to be the last action. So we have to protect, and when it is not possible to protect, or we have already destroyed, maybe try to restore. Obviously, protect is the first problem.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, as I wanted to say, so I can mention an example from Sweden where we have quite a lot of old forest, which is like very far away from cities and so, but which almost never have been cut down. So there's a really high biodiversity and a lot of carbon stored in those forests. But now, since the like deforestation, the wood companies want to access more and more forests, they want to cut down these forests, which have very high biodiversity and carbon storage. So now, but it's legal to cut them down. So it would be very important just as soon as possible to protect these areas. Okay, we go to the last question, and after that, you in the audience will have time to ask questions. So to make it a bit relevant for you in the audience as well, because I know I've been to many panel discussions and it has been very low level and you feel, okay, yes, but how can I contribute to this? So therefore I wanted to ask the panelists, what can young people and the attendees to this conference do, say in the coming week or in the coming month, to mitigate climate change and at the same time increase biodiversity? So does someone want to reply on this?
Okay, I will start. Yeah, I will start also bringing a little bit my experience because I started as a young climate activist. First of all, the very first thing is to spread knowledge also with the peer-to-peer mechanism. This is crucial because this kind of mechanism really creates the consciousness about the problem. Secondly, properly with the energy that the youths can have, create community-based activities. I come from the city of Milan, and in the city of Milan there is a nice experience in which a group, an association that was starting as young people, decided to take care of an abandoned part of Milan, and they decided to replant properly through agroforestry this area. So they asked the municipality to the permissions and so on, and in 1 year they collectively planted like 11,000 trees with the citizens, so with also the people of the neighborhoods. And they started with their energy, they started with their like dream to restore that place. And this is something that at the community level it's very important. I think that is essential to make each policy compliant, because also at the high level, at the policy level, we can design the best strategies to prevent, to do, and so on. But if there is not the participation of the community, all these policies are not compliant.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Well, I can report from the side of universities, but I believe the similar thing is also true for companies and so on, and various types of organizations. There's a lot of effort at a higher level nowadays to, mitigate climate change by reducing the emissions, or at least to start being aware of the emissions we have. The first step is obviously to make an accounting of the emissions we are producing in order then to plan mitigation measures to reduce it. This actually goes together with the energy problem and has become very urgent now because of the increased energy costs, for example, in the past months, where these two things actually go hand in hand. So suddenly it has become very interesting to take this measure. But honestly, it must be said that these commitments have already been taken before, so not for this reason. And there are ambitious plans to actually reach net zero by sometime mid of the century. And this is actually crucial to allow any scenario where climate change does not exceed, well, I would say 2 degrees. The ambitious goal is 1.5, but we can discuss separately if we are on this path or not. The point is that various organizations really need to take action now in this direction, and it's obviously any single organization itself, or all of us, we are a drop in the sea. But it's, if we take the numbers, the total emissions over all the world obviously are huge compared to what we can contribute. But obviously it needs a collective effort. So, and it's also by setting an example that we can push others to do that. And so my message would be to support this process, to engage with any organization you're involved in to bring this process further and to make these plans, which at the moment are a little bit still wishful thinking that we might reach net zero by the mid of the century, to help to bring them to reality, because really the action needs to be taken now.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Guido wants to add something, but otherwise we go to the questions from the audience. If you want to nod or shake your head.
No. For me, it's okay. Just a concept, real fast, that struck me. A concept that struck me very much is the one expressed by a scientist during COP26, who said that we have to do against the climate crisis is everything. So is a system that, in my opinion, have to change a completely failed system for what concern biodiversity and climate change. So also for the activists, what we can do is everything. So starting for the simple action and also the institution that they have to put the climate crisis, the loss of biodiversity on the top of the political agenda. This is the one solution, in my opinion, because the scientific world have already give the solution. The solution of the climate crisis or the best solution are already given by the scientific. Now we need to take this solution and apply it on the society.
Yeah, exactly. We need what we need to do. We know what we need to do. So now we just need to do it. Yeah. Okay, we have time. Unfortunately, not so much time left. So maybe 1, 2, max 3 questions from the audience. I think we have someone who can go around with a microphone. Yeah, the guy in green. Raise up your hand if you have a question to the panelists. And I can, over here. And I can say, if there are more questions, I hope that the panelists can stay a little bit afterwards if you want to ask them more questions. Please.
So thank you for all the panelists. I have a question regarding oceans. So we know that oceans are huge carbon sinks. And here we're talking about biodiversity, but it's been said a lot about forests. What about the oceans? Do you have any solutions? Like, do you work into this? I know maybe it's more complicated. Also, data, underwater is probably not as easy as satellite imagery. So yeah, just wanted to know your ideas about this. Thank you.
Well, so I can answer, or I can give a first answer from the point of view of who does climate modeling. Yeah, the oceans, you're right, the oceans are crucial. And actually, the oceans are crucial because they allow us to do one ambitious goal, which most climate models are not doing nowadays, which is to close what we call the carbon cycle. We would like models where we can actually put directly the emissions and have the models compute automatically what the concentrations will be. Most projections so far has been done instead using a different approach, where actually we estimate what the future concentrations will be based on separate models, which still have a huge scientific validity, of course. But it's not the models themselves which do this computation. So they use fixed concentrations, many of them. More and more models are trying to use this approach, but this requires us to shift from what we have called so far climate models to what we really call true Earth system models. Earth system models where we really model in depth the oceanic ecosystem component. And so it becomes crucially important to, in fact, you're right, the most large fraction of the oceanic carbon sink is also composed by the organic one. And so this part of the modeling and also of the data collection is increasingly important. And yeah, so I think I totally agree.
Good, thank you. Someone else from the panelists who wants to reply? Otherwise, we go to the next question. If we have time for one more question, I'd say. Let's see. Or not? No, yeah, okay, one question over there. Good.
So my question was regarding one thing that especially like Domenico said. He said that if we want to make changes, we need to start from like also local communities and local actions. So, and also Sarah said, we all know what we need to do, but I was wondering, in developing countries especially, I believe that especially in remote and rural areas, they don't really know and they're not really aware of what they need to do. And I also believe that those areas are under threat as much as the Europe and Italy, as we have seen before in the presentation. So what do you think is the action in that field? And also, like Guido said, that they have like a big project in Guatemala. Do you zero CO2? Do you act on the local communities also, or you only act on the reforestation in general? So, 2 questions.
I can start. So thank you for this very interesting question. And I can say firstly that I agree with you, but also not. Because standing to my experience also with the other activists that are coming properly from developing country, Africa and so on, they are super active. They know better than us sometimes what to do. And the community action, we have to learn from them sometimes. But for the part that I'm agreeing with you, what's needed? What we can do, for example, on this side, that maybe sometimes we can have more possibility to have scientific studies and so on, is to capacity build. So to create chances for connect with them and transfer knowledge. One of, for example, properly into the negotiation for climate and in the implementation of the Paris Agreement itself, a crucial role is dedicated to the capacity building activities. And properly developing countries are also asking a lot on capacity building activities. They are, of course, important, but I can also say that nowadays, and also I'm experimenting myself, Sarah was mentioning that I'm organizing this initiative that's called Climate Social Forum, that actually is a virtual agora. We call that a sort of virtual agora, that is very participated by activists from all countries, also African countries. Through the technology, for example, through the ICT technologies and so on, in a way, in these times, we can transfer a lot of knowledge. We have to manage, we have to take care on how to, we have to take care also on the, for example, trustfulness of the information and so on, but there is this possibility, there is also these channels. But believe me, in Africa, in Latin America and so on, the community level is super, super active, and really, sometimes I have to learn from them, I can say. Yeah, that's true, that's true. On that side, I think that we have to have a two like-minded approach. One is to transfer the scientific knowledge, but the other one is also to valorize their local knowledge. Because, again, they know sometimes how to cope with some problems regarding, for example, the different weather conditions or the different environmental conditions. They don't talk that science, they don't talk that in a structured way, but their local knowledge can help in a way. And in fact, also into the negotiation, there is a platform for local knowledge that is part of the information database, we can say, that is given to the decision maker to take decision regarding climate. So for my point of view, yeah, you have two sides. One is to transfer knowledge with capacity building and so on. The one is valorize local knowledge.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Guido wants to say something super quickly about if you're including local communities in your projects.
Yeah, I will be very quickly. I'm in line with Domenico. It's essential to work on indigenous communities with the communities of the place. But I share with Domenico that they know the problem well because they touch it daily, for example, in Guatemala, and often they know the solution because they are often the simplest, the local knowledge is the most efficient, also efficient on the economic side. And about the work that we make on the education and awareness in Guatemala is for us the focus. And so in Guatemala we make organic farming education and awareness on how to manage. So is a good question, and is a very real problem to give also the instruments to make reforestation and to agroforestry to the local communities. But often they know the problem and they know the solution by the local solution.
Okay, good. Thank you. So thank you, the audience, for your questions and the panel for your answers. Since we're almost out of time, I would like to ask the panelists the very final question, which you have like 2 sentences to respond on this question. What is the main message that you would like the audience to take away? So we're already officially out of time, but it's like 2 sentences. What's the main message we should take away from this?
Well, actually, I would make a request, which is the fact that, well, being more on the modeling or scientist side, we need feedback. We need input. We need to know where we can provide, well, let me say a better service in connecting and providing data to make all this what we have discussed possible. So really we need continuous engagement from, I mean, we ourselves need to work to do that, but also we don't need all the time to have to look for it, but we also need the requests to actually.
Yeah, okay, so you need feedback. Good. Okay, Domenico.
Yeah. What I want to say is that we talked about ecological crisis and so on, but I want to believe that, I like to believe that behind each crisis there is also the opportunity to grow and to make the things better. We also learned this from nature, no? Nature is evolutionary, no? When there is a problem, this also led to an evolution. And so we have to evolve in finding new solutions and new ways to live on this planet that consider ecosystem and ecosystem services as part of our strategies.
Okay, last one, Guido. In 2 sentences, what should we take away as the main message from today?
Yes, by this, to be inspired by biodiversity and the natural ecosystem, and bring this theme in all the sphere of your life could be very useful, and for me it would be very, very useful. So biodiversity understood as connection, so horizontal connection. So we have to, when you think about an ecosystem or everything, you have to ask you, this ecosystem, this kind of, but also sphere of the society, have connection, is efficient in the connection they have, and how many connection have this, I don't know, food sector or other kind of sector of the society. This could be useful for you to analyze the society and also give different opinion on the food sector, but also nature sector. So inspired by biodiversity and the connection that have biodiversity and also natural ecosystem.
Yeah. Thank you very much for these messages and your presentations. Thank you again to the audience and the organizers for this panel. And yes, so now it's time for lunch if you're here the whole day, so I hope you enjoy it. But a last big applause to the panel.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining for our very last panel of the day. Super excited to be moderating this discussion on sustainable fashion. So my name is Camelia Hamdi Sharif, and I'm joined by 3 fantastic panelists. But before I dive in and introduce them all, I just wanted to set the scene by just putting a couple numbers on the environmental impact of the fashion industry, just so you can all warm up. So the industry is estimated to be responsible for 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, which is more than all of shipping and aviation combined. So it's huge. And fashion also has a really big waste problem. So globally, a whole truckload of textiles and clothing are sent to landfill and incineration every second. Just like let that sink in. And today, only less than 1% of all clothing that gets discarded actually gets recycled. So we're pushing towards, a more sustainable, circular economy in fashion, but it's very early days. But a bit of good news, the EU just last month published their 2030 strategy for sustainable and circular textiles, where they really make it clear that circularity principles really need to be implemented at every single stage of the fashion value chain to really make the circular economy a success. So that goes from design to the sourcing, the production, and then the brand and consumer action. And I'm very lucky to be joined by 3 awesome panelists who are going to really talk us through some of the challenges along each of those key stages. So by way of quick introduction, first we have Luca Bruschi, who you might have seen in his keynote speech earlier. He's head of sustainability at Reda, which is an Italian wool mill. So he leads the planning and development of a lot of socio-environmental initiatives. And secondly, we have Niccolò Cipriani, who is joining us virtually today. So Niccolò is the founder of Rifo, which is an Italian startup that makes clothing and accessories out of 100% recycled materials. So excited to have him on. And finally, we have Francesca Boni, who is the founder of the digital sustainable fashion platform Il Vestito Verde, which today welcomes over 33,000 users and 500,000 visits every year. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. Super. So to kick off, starting in one of the early stages of the value chain is on the materials. And so the EU strategy makes it very clear that by 2030, all of the textiles being sold on the EU market are to a great extent to be made out of recycled fibers. So I'd welcome Luca to talk us through some of the challenges in making and selling these types of fibers.
Thank you very much, Cami. Hello. As I have already explained this morning, we are a vertical company founded in the 1865, very close to here in Biella. And we are specialized in the production of fabric made in wool. As explained also by Cami, the European textile strategy is quite clear. What are the targets? There are many different topics, for example, the extended producer responsibility. So each step of the supply chain must pay a fee for the final recycling or regeneration of the product. We talk about recycle of the fiber, and in general we need to push for the production of high quality fabrics and also durable. Usually when we talk about waste recycling, we talk about take and collection of the used cloth in order to retransforming into new yarn. But at the same time, we have another type of regeneration that is only specific for the pre-consume, so for yarn, defective fabrics, byproducts in general. When we talk about the problems of the circularity, in this case I talk only about the wool sector from my perspective. At first, it's important to underline that the carded yarn, that is the yarn that we create, we remade, is shorter, thicker, and higher compared to the normal yarn that we use for making the worsted sweating fabric. This means that the yarn that we use could be used only for specific kind of article. For example, sweater, coat, flannel, that basically, but not always, are used in the winter season. And also, when we talk about usual for post-consumer fibers, another key point is the chemical residues in the fiber. That is a very huge problem. Also, another important problem is the problem with the brands, because they usually talk in several marketing campaigns, etc., about circularity, eco-sustainability, net zero, etc., but they are not usually willing to pay for the sustainability. They think that regenerated or recycled fabrics are not so good, are cheaper with a lower quality, but it's not completely true, because sometimes you must to implement several procedures in order to recover, to regenerate, and so it's very difficult to accept this new kind of situation. Talking about one of the division of Reda, because Reda is composed by 3 divisions, one much specialized in the farming, one that is much specialized in the production of clothes, so B2B, and one that is the B2C, so the consumer. We have created a line, a capsule collection that for us is only a starting point, that is called Back to Life. In this case, we have created specific articles starting from byproducts and scrap from the production, and we have created specific product used for coat and flannel. And if we talk of B2C perspective, one of our company that is Lanieri, that produce made-to-measure suits completely online in 4 weeks. It has a completely different business model because we only produce what the market needs. We have a good sellout because it's around 100, and also we donate 100% of the return from the customer directly to charity. In this way, we try to avoid any other kind of wastage. And just to give you my perspective in my last slide, we hope that in the future we will push in high durability and high quality fabrics. But at the same time, I think that the future are circular business model in order to minimizing the overproduction, using take-back solution. But I think that a circular platform will become very important in the next 3-5 years. So from one side, the brand could sell that byproducts or the take-back cloth, and to the other side, the brand could be able to rebuy the new fiber or the new fabrics directly from this specific platform in order to have a sort of closed loop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Luca. And yeah, totally agree. I mean, as important as the sustainable materials are themselves, sustainable fashion just doesn't start and end at the materials. And I think that segues nicely into Nicolo, who will be telling us a bit more about how brands will need to rethink not just their materials, but their production and business models to really aid in the transition to a sustainable industry. Thank you, Nicolo.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity and for the invitation. Well, I'm the founder of Rifo, circular brand that was born in Prato 4 years ago. Actually, I didn't have experiences in design or fashion or textile before launching Rifo. I was working in Vietnam. I've worked there for 2 years almost. I was working in cooperation for the UN and then for the Agency for the Development Cooperation, of the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation. And so actually my background was more in project management and in economics. But when I was there, I actually realized that there was a problem inside the fashion industry, because as you know, Vietnam is one of the main manufacturing centers in the world. And I saw that there was a big problem about overproduction. So I saw huge quantities coming back from the West to these developing countries because they didn't want to lower the prices inside the Western markets. And so huge quantities of clothes coming back to Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and then they were trying to sell them there at cheaper prices, and then they were sent to incinerators or landfills. So I started to dig into this problem. Then I also discovered about overconsumption, that we are pushed to buy more than what we need, that we are pushed to buy every day, every week, every month garments, like something that has no value. So I decided to come back, to take back a tradition of Prato, because actually in Prato they've been recycling textile fibers for more than 100 years. So the idea was to sell a collection of garments made in Prato with recycled wool, recycled cashmere, and then also recycled cotton. The idea was not only to start with the production, but also to stimulate a more rational but also ethical consumption. And so the idea was, and actually it is what we do, is to make a collection of garments made with recycled fabrics that are also recyclable. At the same time, we do collection services, so we link what people can give to what we can produce, and also we design clothes in a way that after 2 years people they can send them back, so we can recycle them again in case. So when I started this project, actually I was thinking that circular economy could be a part of a sustainable solution, but that's not enough, because we can use recycled cashmere, recycled jeans, recycled polyester from plastic bottles, but it's not enough, because if we continue to produce 100 garments, we sell 60% of them, and then people use 10% of what we sell, we understand that this is not a sustainable solution. So using recycled fabrics, if they have a life cycle assessments that assess the lower impact on the environment compared to a virgin process, are good, but they are not enough. So we need to produce locally, to produce effectively what people want. We don't need to push people to buy more than what they need. We don't need to run Black Friday, Black Week, or like sales that push people to buy only because it's convenient. And finally, we need, in our case, we call it back to emotions. So it's a concept that means to go back to emotions, in the sense that we need to stick to create a relationship with what we buy, to make it last, because everything we buy, everything we wear can tell a story, can tell a part of our life. This is what we believe, and we think that recycling fabrics is a good thing, but it's not enough. We need to address the problem also in these perspectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Niccolò. And that, I think, brings us nicely to the final but really critical stage in the fashion value chain, which is actually how do you empower the consumer, us buyers, to make more responsible choices in the clothes that we buy. And so Francesca is going to talk us through kind of why consumer action matters and how we as consumers can access the right resources and information to make a more informed and environmentally conscious decision. Thank you, Francesca.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Today I'm going to talk about the last stage, so the consumer side of sustainable fashion. Actually, I started my sustainable fashion journey as a consumer first, and then I started working in the field. And particularly, it started as a community. So I was in high school, fourth year of high school, and I watched a documentary about the environmental and ethical impact of the fashion industry. And I was shocked. I didn't want to buy anything anymore. I was like, okay, I'm never buying anything. I went on a strike for a couple months. And then I realized eventually you're going to need to buy some piece of clothing. So I decided to open a Facebook group. The Facebook group was called Il Vestito Verde, which means the green dress or the green garment in English. And basically, the reason why I wanted to found a community was because I didn't feel like I was an expert in the field. I just wanted to buy better and buy more quality clothing. So I decided to give a voice to the people who actually knew more and open a community where people could share ideas, share the stores they knew, and so on and so forth. And with time, all these advice and all these stores that were mentioned by the community of consumers were collected into a unique and database and a website. And in this way, it was basically to reduce the search time, because we realized that people don't really have all the time in the world to look for organic socks. So we decided to just collect everything in one place and make it a little bit easier to discover things nearby. We're a few people. I am the founder. There's also Antar, who is the web developer of the project, Eva, who is a high school friend that now helps me with sales, and we also have a few writers for the educational part that I will talk about later on. So yeah, as I said, it was a necessity to make sustainable fashion easier to discover, and we focused on the Italian market because we didn't really have any resources at the time, because I started this project in 2017, and at the time there was really nothing regarding content on social media and on internet platforms in general. And the last version was created with a crowdfunding campaign. And the reason why we do it is because generally the real sustainable fashion brands tend to be tiny and independent and hard to discover. So that's like a way also to overcome greenwashing, because if you look for sustainable fashion online, it is likely that so many options will pop up that are not necessarily sustainable. They just have the marketing team that allows them to be on the top of Google search. So it was really important to actually enhance this, like tiny brands that are actually sustainable, and also a matter of search time for consumers. The website is now divided into 3 main parts. The first one is the database, and it's kind of a directory. So basically what we do is we collect the quality advice from the community. So maybe they say, hey, there's like this lady that collects like clothing scraps from my town, and she makes these like tiny unique pieces out of leftover fabric. Why don't you add her to the platform? And so we contact the seamstress or whatever, and we add her to the platform. We also have like bigger brands, but we started off with like small artisanal brands from Italy. And we also make it in a way that is a bit customizable. So for example, some people prefer to buy made in Italy products, others to buy vegan products, because ethics are really personal. So we try to like make filters so that people find what they're looking for. And we divide it into price ranges in order to make it like accessible to everyone. And we also have brands for women, men, and also kids. This is actually my favorite part. I don't know if I'm allowed to have a favorite, but this is my favorite part of the website, and it's the map of sustainable fashion stores on the Italian territory. And the reason why we did this was because people sometimes don't want to buy online for many reasons. The first one is that you cannot really try the clothes on, and so people might prefer to go to a local store. But it's very hard to find the actually sustainable fashion stores if you're not like an expert in the field or you just don't know where to start. So what we decided to do was to like put them all together in a map that's actually that can be added to your Google Maps, so you don't have to go through our website every time. And so it's really portable. So even if you're like visiting a new city, you can have a tiny shopping, sustainable shopping tour of secondhand stores, fair trade stores, handmade ones, eco-fashion, vintage, also rental, because maybe for special occasions, if you're only gonna wear a dress once, maybe it's better to rent it rather than to buy it. And we also mapped the social ateliers and cooperatives. And we also have the yellow dots that are actually not stores, but they are for the end of the cycle, of the life cycle of the clothing. So when you're done with your clothing, instead of like throwing it in the bin, there are ways to recycle and donate the clothing through churches, through specific organizations, through upcycling centers. And so we also decided to map it so that it's not just a sustainable fashion like shopping experience, but also a sustainable discarding experience in a way. Then we also have a last part of the website that is about basically helping people to navigate into the very weird and complex realm of sustainable fashion, because not everything is black and white. There are many things that are maybe more sustainable than others, maybe more sustainable in different ways. And so we really try to like provide all the tools so that people can have some critical thoughts regarding the analysis of a brand. So we, for example, mention all the pros and cons of different materials or like the ethical implications of certain kinds of productions. And we also have a little bit more like easygoing articles like eco-friendly Christmas presents to lighten up the mood a bit. This is like the community is actually the most important part. It's where everything started. Because at first it was just me as a consumer trying to, you know, figure out how not to be a terrible consumer. And so I realized that so many other people were in my same situation where they really wanted to buy more sustainably but didn't really have the tools, the means, and the community. And so this was very important, first of all, for a collection of information, because I didn't know all the stores that I mapped. Many were just mentioned by the community. But the most important thing is that when you're making an ethical choice, it's hard to do it alone. It's much easier to have a community of people that are like-minded and are not asking you all the time, but why do you do it? What's the point, you know? So it's really important, even from just a more human point of view, to have a community of like-minded people. This is kind of like, I won't go deep into it, but this is the analytics of the community. As you can see, it's mostly women. This is for a variety of reasons. The first one is the fact that we're talking about fashion, and people, like on average, like women tend to be slightly more interested on the internet on fashion. But there's also a concept called the eco-gender gap that basically deals with how like women are more pressured into integrating sustainable practices into their lifestyle and personal life. So this is something really interesting to look into. And also there is, like most people in the audience are either millennials or Gen Z, which is not really surprising, because that these are the most interested generations on average. And yeah, these are just a few examples of posts that you have in the community. So people just showing their handmade clothes, or people just, I don't know, maybe even posting a job listing, like saying, hey, I'm looking for a designer for my line, sustainable line. Or other people just dyeing fabric with the leaves, which I found so cool. And yeah, these are just a few companies, like a few presses, like press companies that talked about the project. And yeah, if you need to contact me for any reason, these are all the contacts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francesca. So I'd love to open up the floor to any questions that you might have for any of our panelists. Yep, a couple in the back.
Hello? It was very interesting. As a consumer, I think it's sometimes difficult to see what to buy and to have it, to take the decision based on data and not just on impression or on the marketing of the company. This is also sometimes the case online, where you want to buy something online, there are some filters, but it's difficult to see what is really behind. What do you think about it?
Me, right?
Yeah, or anyone.
Okay. I don't know, because I'm more on the consumer side. So, yeah, it's really hard because like basically all brands now try to have like a sort of green label on it. And there are a few things that can help you. The first one is like analyze the business model of the company. Some companies produce more than 50 collections a year and just use a lot of material and create poor quality products because they are expecting you to use them for a very short time so that you buy from them more and more. So that's for sure something to keep in mind, quality over quantity and the business model of the firm you're buying from. The second thing, I feel like you can use the certifications. There are some certifications that are more reliable than others to figure out whether a company is actually putting in the effort, even though they're not guaranteeing you a 100% fairness because they're private, usually private institutions that make a living off selling the certifications. So that's always something to keep in mind. And also looking at sustainability in a more like holistic approach. So not just environmental sustainability, so the materials and the life cycle of the product, but also how the garment workers were treated, where the product was made, if there is transparency behind the overall supply chain. Those are all factors that can help you navigate. In general, as a consumer, I think it's easier to buy less, buy better, fix the clothing that is broken before throwing it away, and just buy also secondhand.
Any other questions?
Yeah,
I think we had one.
Yes, okay. So sorry for the, I hope it's not an ignorant question, but I saw the gender distribution. Is there any, how do I put this politically correct? How do we, is there any effort to maybe increase the percentage or maybe leave it as status quo or maybe just like go 100%?
I wish. I would love to like include more of a male audience in the project. Actually, when it comes to content inside the platform, there are many brands for males. It's just that those pages aren't as visited as much. So I do put out content, but it's not really, taking off. But in other ways, I think like male audience for fashion is like maybe more silent, but more sustainable inherently because the trends for like male fashion are not as chaotic and frequent as the trends for female fashion. So in a way, like, I don't know, maybe like my dad, for example, has had the same sweaters for like 10 years, never changed them, and he doesn't visit my website, but he is probably one of the most sustainable consumers that I know. So it's also really hard to figure out whether it's that they don't care or is that just that they don't look for fashion, like for as much fashion in general because they make the clothes last longer. So yeah, it's really hard to figure it out, but there is also research that shows that in some cacultures that caring about the environment is seen is seen as a feminine thing, and so men tend not to care as much about the environment because it's not seen as masculine, which is ridiculous. But it's also something that I think is related to gender norms and everything. So I feel like the more we try to dismantle these gender norms, the more likely it will be that everyone is interested in sustainability without any stigma around it.
One over there.
Okay, my question I think is for both of you guys, because you mentioned that quality is the most important thing when you approach your brands. So what do you feel like it's more important when approaching the brands? Do you have any advice that they must change this when it comes to quality, what they define is quality according to them in the fashion industry? Because the lady mentioned that, because the lady mentioned that it's not about, like most of the stores, they don't sell quality, hence we go on again and buy and consume more. So like what is quality in your definition?
If I can answer to the question, and also maybe Nicola also can answer after me. I think that quality is important because if you create something with specific kind of material that has a higher quality, probably the price is higher, and probably you will not buy a lot of coat of 1,000 euro. So basically, so it's not just a type of material situation, but in some cases the synthetic proliferation is linked and correlated to the lower price compared to natural fiber, such as wool or camel or other kind of fibers. And as I have already explained it this morning, if you buy higher quality material, you need to have a very complex control of the quality, starting from the raw material and inside, in our case, in the woolen mill, with several controls, starting from the wool, the yarn, the piece, and the final control. Also, you need to imagine that if you want to sell your product to specific customers, specific brands, they send to you regularly auditors that check not only the quality, but in general, several issues. For example, pay slips, the water analysis, the liter that you use for 1 kilo of clothes, or in our case, of fabric. So I think that quality is linked at one sense with the sustainability. This is my opinion.
Nicolo, is there anything you wanted to add? If we can beam him up.
Yes, sure. Actually, it's pretty recent because I was visiting a supplier 2 days ago, and he was telling me, okay, you know, Nicolo, I've always used really good quality materials, but none of them is considered sustainable because they're not recycled or they're not bio. But for sure, they can last more than 20 years. Can this be considered sustainable or not? Because actually now, obviously, when we talk about green or circular or sustainability, we always focus on recycled materials, biomaterials, or like biodegradable materials. But at the same time, there are also like quality materials that maybe don't really have, let's say, a good life cycle analysis, but they last a long time. So I think that sustainability in this case, like linked to quality, can always be evaluated in specific cases. In this case, it was a leather producer, and obviously leather is not considered a sustainable material, but like good leather can last for a long time, a long living. When you have a good leather bag or good leather jacket, it lasts also more than 20, 30 years. Can this be considered sustainable or not? Obviously, it's not vegan, it's not recycled, it's not bio, but it's something that lasts. And I think it's something bigger than us as a question, and still there are many different opinions about it. But I think that obviously something with high quality that also costs higher than the average also means to have something sustainable because it lasts. This is my view.
Thank you. Did we have any other questions? I saw some hands.
So I've asked a similar question this morning in the panel of food and drink. And my question is, when talking about sustainable food this morning, but sustainable clothing now, often it's more expensive to buy something sustainable. Yes, you buy it once, you don't have to buy it often, but there is still a big obstacle, a big hurdle between the public and wearing something sustainable. Do you think that there is a shift happening in the mindset of the market, or is something that you and we need to work on a lot?
I think that the easiest way to be inclusive in the sustainable fashion movement is first of all not to be judgmental about where anyone is in their journey towards being more sustainable, because that's just detrimental to the movement. Another important thing is to not focus as much just on consumption, but on everything. So are you taking good care of your clothes? Are you trying to fix them when they're broken? Are you washing them properly, and so on and so forth? And I think another very important topic is related to the second-hand market, which is estimated to be growing more than fast fashion, and it's probably going to surpass it soon. So that's something to keep in mind, and I think that's really related to the stigmatization of it. So if you look at the Gen Z, for example, which is, I guess, our generation, you don't hear as much second-hand clothing is gross and it's dirty and it's not nice. You actually have a lot of people just having fun going to the market, like the thrift shop. So I think that plays a huge role in making the sustainable fashion consumption more inclusive from an economic perspective.
Nicola, did you have anything to add on the shifting consumer mindset question?
Yes, sure. Well, I agree with what Francesca said. And also I would add that it's actually going back. I mean, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, we weren't, let's say that these prices weren't available for us. Now everything is cheaper, everything is more available. We can buy like a t-shirt for 10 euros and a sweater for 20 euros, and it's something that before was impossible. So actually what I say is that we need to not only look at the price but the value of what we buy, and I see that there is a shift. There is more attention to what we buy, but at the same time I also think that, as in the case of food, there will always be a McDonald's, there will always be a H&M or a Zara, because all these sustainable products or sustainable concepts will not, I hope it, but at the same time I'm sure that they won't be for everyone, and there will always be fast fashion or fast food side of it.
I think we have time for one more question, if anyone had something.
Hello, everyone. I want wanted to ask which was your biggest challenge while creating your startups or your project?
Maybe I can start. When we talk about, in general, circularity project, but in general also sustainability project, I think that the most important phase is the first step. So it's very difficult sometimes to explain to our colleagues what are the benefits behind doing several meetings, or in general to do specific control tests, and it's not so easy, that phase, in my personal opinion. But at the end, when you see the results, when you see the number, when you see the data, when you see the non-financial disclosure, the sustainability report, when someone asks you, oh, okay, I have seen, I've read at a certain page that number, can you explain me why that number is different compared to the previous year? And is a satisfaction.
Yeah, maybe Niccolo, could you share the biggest challenge in starting Rufo?
Starting, so like during the first year, in our case, it was because we used Regenerato as a word to explain our process. And when we started, it wasn't common. So we spent a lot of time explaining the meaning of Regenerato instead of Riciclato, so like regenerating instead of recycling. And so like we spent a lot of time also physically to show our products, because when we started in 2017, there wasn't so much awareness about these circular processes. And so most of the time people were skeptical about a recycled product, about its quality, its softness. So we spent a lot of time showing the product. People had wanted to touch it, to feel it, to understand that it was normal, like a virgin one.
Maybe for our last few seconds, Francesca can share.
Yeah. So for me, it was actually kind of similar to Nicolo's issue. I also started in 2017, and I remember people just not understanding the need for this. Just like even just in my family, I was just explaining what I was doing, and they were like, "But why? Like, why do you need this?" And so making like this whole educational structure so that you could build more complex information on top of that was surely the biggest challenge, and it still is nowadays, even though it has shifted from why sustainable fashion is important to how can we make a difference, but I feel like there is still a lot of education to be made.
Great, that brings us to the end of our time, sadly, but thank you everyone, and please join me in warmly thanking our panelists for the discussion today.
Attention please, the event activities are finished, but we ask you to stay for another 20 minutes, half an hour, because there's the closure. I know it's late, not that late, but we ask you to stay because we are closing the event and then you are free. You are free just now, but we, we hope you rest for the enclosure, because there are the greetings and everything. So thank you for your patience.
me si può fare. Gamba crociata.
Di là?
Fa la foto? Dai, sì.
Allora, la cosa è così. Uno Francesca e 3 sono Francesco.
Sono Filippo. Uguale. È sempre con la F, va benissimo.
Ci segniamo il nome? Il fotografo con l'HP deve fare la foto? No, ma quello non ha capito un cazzo che deve fare la foto.
Come?
Il fotografo non ha capito un cazzo.
Panico degli ultimi 30 secondi.
Tutto bene.
Cosa?
Nessuno ha capito niente. Potresti
Dai,
farci
ognuno
una
diciamo.
foto tutti insieme? Te l'ha detto lui? Ok. Sì, da davanti però. Forse sì, perché...
Sì, grazie.
No, anche...
Sì, meglio, sì. Sì, è andata a Frankfurt. Sì, infatti stiamo aspettando il fotografo. We're waiting for the photographer to which side. As you want, as you feel.
Vieni qua. Ah,
Ok.
Ma mo gliel'ho spiegato, prima non aveva capito.
Con
Con la macchinetta di Nicola, noi ci sediamo. Noi ci mettiamo per terra.
Dai, come gli scemi?
Ma sì, ci mettiamo così.
Ok. Is it on?
No?
No.
1, 3.
No,
Numero 3 aperto.
Is it on? Okay. Okay, hello guys. So we're gonna take a quick picture now. Maybe one like, not serious, but like normal. And then one like goofy, you can do whatever you can want to do. So that's the first thing. And then we're gonna have like a little closure speech. Yeah, so now smile.
Don't smile if he falls from the sky. It was not. It's not
Dov'è
a
il
drill.
beat? No, it's not a drill. Nico, chiamatelo per favore. Nico Prinz.
Ok.
Non ho capito un cazzo, questo male
Arriva.
Nico.
Devo andare a salutare un paio di amici un'oretta, proprio non ci sono. Cioè io fino alle 4 faccio il pranzo.
Hai capito chi è che fa la foto? Ok, ma tu vieni da davanti, no? Perché altrimenti
Vabbè,
so già le
quando
qua.
moriamo, no, AM.
Sì, per forza, non ci stiamo tutti al palco. Io sono
Stiamo facendo una conference, è il team lead.
Vado a dormire, che ci sono.
We were discussing about the team building schedule, time schedule. I suggested a death match in the sense of endurance resistance. So we all collab. Okay, 2.
No?
No, yeah, we're gonna do.
Facciamo un'altra parte, poi la montiamo.
Facciamo una di qua.
Sì, oddio, questa ok, cosa no?
Ilan. Tiragliela in fronte.
Come?
No, facciamo un blocco qui e un blocco di là.
C'è una foto così e una così.
Perché altrimenti dobbiamo far mettere tutto lo staff qui e i vantaggio.
Al grandangolo.
Ok. Se è il grandangolo meglio, se no facciamo 1 e 2.
Dai, che tardi.
Mi sa che è fuso pure lui.
Non è. Okay, so just 1 second, sorry. We're gonna have a try to see if we all fit.
Io prendo così. Mi dà una cosa del genere.
Ok, perché invece da qua come va? Cioè non riesco a prenderla.
Fate 2 parti, poi la montiamo.
Se volete io vi faccio la panoramica.
Va bene.
Allora ne facciamo 2, una panoramica e poi una di là. Così
Ok,
di sicuro
e poi
una
per ogni formato ne facciamo una seria e una un po' così a cazzo.
Ok.
Uno fate 2 Professor, don't move.
Che dobbiamo fare? Ma che cringe, raga. Anche perché con le nostre...
Capito? Quindi già sai con quale
Questa ce l'hai sia divertita
Ok.
che seria.
Ok, io ne farei una divertita perché è venuta troppo poco divertita. Ok. Okay, guys, we're doing one last photo, but like goofy, like y'all can, I don't know, have fun, do this and do that, and of course not with your face because you have your mask on, so do something with your hands.
Can I ask you to stand up the last line, di alzare le ultime file?
And,
Ultime 2 3 di là e di là.
okay. And the last two rows, can you please stand up, otherwise we cannot see you. Yeah, you can. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, as long as it's not, you know. As long as it's not, yeah.
Rude or unpolite.
Io non so che fare, raga. Basta. Ma poi devo sapere che noi siamo
Sì.
Adesso cominciamo normale.
Sì, entrate. Giro.
Va?
Okay. Okay, we all okay. Good afternoon and congratulations, you made it until the end of the annual conference 2022. So props. Are you tired? No? No? Nah. No. Very young and strong. I personally feel really grateful to all of you to share these 2 days with us. And also I hope that the activities you've experienced lived up to your expectations and that you found this event really satisfying, enriching, and constructive. Also, in the meanwhile, we also were very efficient because on our challenge, on our world, we saved more than 59 tons of CO2, which is, congratulations, thank you guys. We wanted that challenge to be, you know, a playful way to raise a bit of awareness because we, regardless of the prize, which you will have if you're amongst the 10 most performing, but regardless of that, we wanted to make all of you think and realize that even small actions of everyday life can build up and sum up to very big impact, such as this result. So yeah, we saved as much as twice as the original goal of the challenge. And yeah, I leave the floor to our wonderful ladies.
Yes, so good to see you. Yeah, so we hope that this event and these activities have allowed you to experience new things, like meeting an inventive person or exploring topics that you've always wanted to delve into, or even finding something unexpected. And for us, I think we've learned a lot and organizing this event, and we want to thank everyone who's collaborated in the realization of this project. So the areas of communications, human resources, logistics, and external relations, and program, and their relative representatives. and also because these members of these teams really are the backbone of the whole organization. And so also thank you to the boards from Polyenergy and Yes Europe, and truly anyone aside from the boards, also everyone in the associations who's helped in the managing of it all. Lastly, I personally, but also from all Yes Europe, want to thank Polyenergy because, well, I'm not sure that I mentioned this, but I am from Yes Europe. Filippo and Francesca are from Polyenergy, and I think we three are an example of how our associations have merged to organize this event, and I feel it's only fair to share that in those teams that I have called out just now, so communications, external relations, and so on, most of the people inside these teams were from Polyenergy, because you guys are so many in Turin, you know, and so, I mean, this is me and us recognizing your amazing work, your huge capacity, so, and the work that you've all done and then we've done together, so really thank you. Yeah, and so Francesca.
Okay. Also, thank you to the staff who put all the efforts to set everything ready for you. Special thanks to the feeders, to the technical staff who allowed the streaming of our debate and to have smooth audio and video, both live and streaming. Finally, we want to thank all the partners who believe in our event and whose support allowed to do what we've experienced into these days. A special mention to Stellantis, our main partner, for providing us the location for this event, and also to our platinum partner, Compile and Iren. Personally, I would like also to thank Francesco Carrone and Marco Bosco, who guided, helped, and supported me in this, and also us in this new role of project manager. And also to the board of Polyenergy for giving me this opportunity. Now I leave the floor to Marco and then to Dimitri, our president, to present our association.
Hi everybody, again. I think you have already seen me in the first day, but here I am again. First of all, I have to thank everybody, really everybody, so all the Polyenergy and of course also Yes Europe and Yes Italy staff that made this magic real. A special thanks to the PMs, so Francesca, Ilaria and Filippo. A special thanks to all the responsibles, so sorry if I don't remember all the names, Francesco, Claudia, Andrea, Mattia, and you know that you're everybody in my heart, but you are like 80, so I can't name you all. And so just a short presentation of who we are as Polyenergy. Okay, so we are a students association born in 2018 in Polytechnic of Turin. Our main topics and fields of interest are, of course, energy, as is also written in the name, sustainability and technological innovation. We deal with these topics by organizing events like this wonderful annual conference, by doing scientific dissemination, that means using social media, basically. Then, of course, improvement of social soft skills and the development of that, because we know that companies and institutions and after the university life, we are asked to learn these kind of tools. These are some photos of our previous events. We born in 2018, as I said, but we have had an exponential growth. We have done like national events, but also international, and collaborated with special and international firms like Stellantis, of course. And yes, this is our goal. So if you know us from our activities and from our events, from social medias, websites, and so on, you know that we are always active in organizing this kind of activities that deals with promoting, of course, energy topics and becoming a reference point in the energy communities of the youth and young people like us. I mean, not like me, but like you guys. And we are trying to, as I said before, becoming a bridge between the university field and world and the job field. So all these soft skills development that we know that we don't really much learn in the desks of our school, unfortunately. And of course, our activities, as I said before, is organizing events, promoting, collaborating with firms, companies, institutions, and polytechnic schools, and so on. You see also the spritz, because we do a lot of team buildings, as you can see. Not everybody are like enjoying alcohol, like our PMs, Francesca, but we try to convert her. No, I'm joking. I know Stellantis is no alcohol, so anyway. Don't take my words as serious. This is who we are, like the organization of the association. We are built like, I don't have to say a company, because otherwise I will be like fired, but anyway. We are organized like this, so we have a board of directors, me, the president, and then we have Mattia, that is hiding himself behind the tent, Francesca, that is also the vice president, and also the managers of each areas, that is external relations, Francesco, Andrea as a human resources head, and then Daniele as a head of logistics, and then we have also Alina, head of communication and graphics, that unfortunately is not here with us today, and so we have Claudia, deputy head of this area. Thanks everybody for staying with us, and I hope it's not you're not like dead, and you have enjoyed the events.
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Claudia Ciminieri and I'm one of the deputy head of the communication area together with Serena Ambrosino. And today I'm gonna talk on behalf of Alina, who the head of communication, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but I hope she's watching us through the online streaming. So hi Alina. And okay, after this little introduction, I will introduce to you the communication area, which is the biggest area in terms of member of Polyenergy. In fact, we have around 40 members inside of the area. The area is divided in 4 sub-areas, and the main duty are showed in the slide behind me. So first of all, we had the social media management, which is handled by the social media area, that basically take care of the publication and of the taking care of the connection with our follower. We also have, currently we are on 3 social media that are Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook. I hope you are already following us. In case you are not, I hope you will start following us after this event. Inside this area, we also have a website unit that recently developed and launched our new website, which collects all of the information about Polyenergy and our previous and current events. And we also have a data analysis unit that collects and analyzes all of our social media data. Behind all the publications and graphics that you see on our social media, there is a huge amount of work. In fact, another one of our duties is communication strategy that is handled by the communication management area, that also take care of developing and following all the communication campaign on social media by producing the editorial plan or other things like media kit and a lot of other things. After this, we also, the realization of all the graphics, video, and reels are made by the graphic video editing area that you can find on our social media and that you'll probably see around here. And while, on the other hand, all the writing part that you see on our social media still, like articles, copy, and everything, is made by the press office area. So after this little introduction, sorry if I made some mistakes, but I'm a little bit excited. I want to thanks first of all the head of all these area that I introduced you. So in alphabetical order, Serena Ambrosino for graphic and video editing, Daniele Castrignano for press office, and Samuele Cimini for social media. I also want to thank all the members that worked and cooperated with us, because none of this would have been possible without you. So all the graphics and everything you see, you have seen, is just because of them. And I also want to make a special thanks to Alina, who unfortunately, as I said, couldn't be here today, because as you can see, we are very well structured and we have an organization very efficiently, and that's just because of her. And especially for me, but I think for everyone, she's an example. So thank you.
So hi everybody, I'm Andrea Basile, and I'm the head of human resources of Polyenergy. First, the important things just wanted to thank you for all the energy that you spread in the 2 days of annual conference, and also thank to all the staff that work really hard in this month to reach this goal of these 2 events. So, human resources area, what we do. Essentially the 3 things that you can see in this slide. The first activity that we do that is really, really important for us is the recruitment. Recruitment is fundamental because it is what gives life to our association. Every year, about 20 people, new people enter in the Polyenergy, and is what gives energy to keep producing events, awesome events like this one. And then we have the team building events. They are really important because we believe that if people join together, create strong links, emotional links, they are able to do awesome things, because when hard things happen, and they always happen, friendship and staying strong together, it's just one thing that helps us to keep doing what every day we do. Last things, member management and training. What I mean by management, I just mean that if someone have any kind of problem inside of Polyenergy, we as HR has a point where you can go if you have any kind of problem. You need someone to speak to, then we are there. We can hear what you need, and we'll try to find some solution. And last things, the training. We do some training because we think that our members have to add some kind of prize. We want to award them, trying to give to them some kind of training. It could be in time management, it could be in how to write a CV in a correct way, and so on. So we are here just to help, and I think that the HR area as a support area. So again, thank you for being here, and thank you again to all the staff, and I leave the floor to Daniele Lerede.
Hi everybody, I am Daniele. I'm the head of logistics area, and we're not delivering packages actually. So we are the logistics area because we basically plan the activities and projects that we carry out in Polyenergy as Polyenergy. So basically events like this one that you saw today, for which I have to say special thanks to Luca Baisi and Roberto Boccardi that really helped me, but helped me is like nothing with respect to what they actually did in the last months, because they did a wonderful and I don't know, huge job, and basically starting from nothing. So really thank you. And well, we also do support to project planning, so support to DPMs for this event and other events that we carry out, and also the editorial plan management. And then also, so I take advantage of this situation also to invite you to another event that we are organizing for the next month that is called the Nocciolo della Questione. Actually, it's in Italian, so for most of you probably that won't be, let's say, interesting. I won't say interesting, but in any case, it won't be useful to attend it. And so, this is what we do in our area. I'll be very quick, I know, but I wanted to take advantage of this occasion to really thank whoever helped in the organization of this event. So, thank you. Now, it's the turn for Francesco Carrone, the head of the external relations.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Francesco, as Daniela said. I'm sorry. Okay, now it's okay. It works. Perfect. I'm the head of external relations in Polyenergy. So our job daily is to connect everything that's out from Polyenergy with us. So we are a sort of front women and frontmen of our activities with the external people. Our duties are principally 3 types. The first one is stipulating partnerships. For us, stipulating partnerships is very important for 2 things. The first one is to create an event. In fact, it's linked to fundraising. We are a non-profit organization, so we don't have money to invest in our event, and so we have to search for money with our partners. And the partners are important for us too, because it's a sort of link. We are a sort of link between our members and also our partners, and also to give them a sort of brief introduction with the future work in companies, startups, research centers, and so on. And the last thing is stakeholders engagement, and it's linked, of course, for the previous point. The second point is building and management of the network. So when I started my journey as a head of external relations in Polyenergy, I wanted to make Polyenergy as more international as possible. So we started to organize events not only in Italian, but also in English, and involving as much as possible people from not only Italy, but also Europe. And also this event is the concrete example of what we do. I believe that the only thing to grow up, we were born in 20 and 18, so if you want to grow up very fast, the only way to do this is to create a link with other people that maybe have also another mindset different from us. And so only thanks to this link and thanks to this creation, we could grow up. And I think that collaborating with an association as Yes Europe is an example of creating a network to be as much known also not only in Italy but also in Europe. And I think that we were able to learn something from your side, and you were able to learn other things from our side. So I think that's the best result that we could achieve, and this event is the great example. Last point is the media partnerships. I really believe in this point because when we create an event, it's important that the events could be known not only from the people that follow, for example, our pages, our social network, but from everybody. And the most efficient way to do this is believing in media partnerships. And for us, media partnerships is not only sharing a story, sharing a post, but creating also something concrete. Some of them, for example, here there are people from our media partnership that believe in our events, and for us it's very important since it means that our efforts are good, and of course we wanted also to change our work with them. And only see an example of our events that we just did in the previous years. We started with the Energia del Futuro Megawatt Academy, and then we closed last year with Fix It, and this year with the Towards Sustainable Future. That was a cycle of conferences made with the Energy Center, but also we created another event with the Stellantis. That was an international event, as I said, in a connection between Turin, Paris, and Germany. I don't remember the correct city, honestly. And also maybe it's difficult to say, so maybe it's Rassashen. I don't know the correct pronunciation, I'm sorry. Yes, we have also another event this in May, in 1 month, and it will be our last event of the year. Only a special thanks to our previous partners. So it's not the partners that we made during this event, but our partners that in the past we just collaborated. As you can see, there are a lot of partners, and I think that also because of these partners, other associations, other realities calls us for creating an event together, because we are very able to be in contact with them. It means that we really take care of the contacts that we have, and it's the only way to go on and to create other event. With this, I think that I'm finishing. I hope that you enjoy the event, and maybe we will meet in other events as soon as possible. So thank you everybody for joining, and I will leave the floor to Mattia De Stasio to close Polyenergy Sides and later to Yes Europe. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Mattia De Stasio, treasurer of Polyenergy. I wrote something here because it's 5 p.m., so I'm tired and stressed. I'm very glad to have worked in this event and with these people. As a business advisor, I took care to create a business strategy entire business strategy of the event with the PMs, and I take this opportunity to thank all partners that for collaborating with us. And now I describe something who I felt inside me. To realize, yes, Europe Annual Conference 2022, more forces were needed. But I concluded that this type of impressive achievement is can reach only for all starts from our passions and for the people we share them with. So the best way to invest money and time is create connection, share knowledges, and have the hope of be able to change something. Thank you.
Un quarto d'ora poi iniziamo a demolire.
All right, so my name is Livia. I'm the Vice President of Yes Europe. I'd like to call on stage some of the people that are going to talk today here. So I'd like to call on stage in order Sarah, then I'll to talk Sela, yeah, Jonas, Leila, and Dimitri. So this is a few of us, so we really want to give a chance for everybody to present and to use this opportunity also to engage and, let's say, improve their skills. So a little bit about ourselves. So we're Yes Europe, so what does this stand for is Young Leaders in Energy and Sustainability. And we do have a mission. So as you've probably seen from all the talks of the last few days, the problem that we're facing is really like a complex problem that needs everybody from different fields to come into this community and help us solve it. So we know we cannot do it alone, and that's why we try and really have a diverse community. And in particular, what we want to do is that we want to empower youth to accelerate the energy transition. So this is basically our mission. How we do this is that we really want to give youth the space to actually, as you can see here, to develop ideas, take on responsibilities, and actually build a local community. And why is it to do this is that we really want to have we really want to promote change and to be the catalyzers of this change. So if you look a bit about ourselves, so you can actually see, we are actually quite representing a bit of the difference that I will explain to you. We're both students and young professionals, so this is actually a quite good split. It's not a 50-50, but it's, you know, bachelor, master's, PhD, and young professionals all together. Our backgrounds are really diverse. There's people with backgrounds in economics, like Leila has a background in economics. Myself, I'm not an engineer, and then you have, of course, a lot of engineers as well, but not only. And we really want also to promote anybody in this room that doesn't have a background in science to actually become part of this journey. And what does that mean is that having this really diverse community brings on new ideas and new projects. And the projects that we take can really stem from, you know, events to policy, to like videos making and reports. And what you can see here is the way we work and the different teams that we have created. So something that is really important to see, and I would like to grab the attention also of our ex-vice president, Eric, is that, yeah, he's hiding there behind, is that the way we work is not in a hierarchical way. We try to embrace a concept called holacracy, which basically means decentralized management. And you can see it in the way we work. So we don't have an hierarchy, it's flat, it's circles. And basically what does that mean is that we can really make decisions really fast and everybody has the chance to make a decision without waiting for approvals. And that's something nice because everybody's on the same level. So you can see a bit of a variety of the teams we have here. So we have policy, which you will hear in a bit. You have partnership and fundraising that Jonas is going to explain you as well. We have the country representative that is actually the core of our community, like Ilaria is the country representative of Italy, so yoo-hoo. And then, of course, you know, as it's been said also by Polyenergy, communication is fundamental for the success of this community and also for the growth of the community. And then we go on, you know, events, knowledge sharing, and this can really, and actually these circles that you see here, they don't need to be fixed. We're also open to new circles, so anybody that has a new idea, whether in our community or outside of our community, can really come and really say, hey, I have an idea, can I actually develop it? And we'll make sure everything is there for you to succeed and to thrive in such an environment. Having said that, I want to really leave the space for the other people to talk and explain a bit more in depth what we do. And hence, Sarah she's the country lead, so she will explain a bit more about the different countries that we have in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, so the country representative lead, so that means that I'm coordinating the roughly almost 25 country representatives that we have all around Europe in around 20 countries, and I know around 5 of the country representatives are here, so we have, okay, I know, I don't have much time. We have several of them here. So yeah, what they do is to organize activities in their cities or like virtually, and we try to have presence not only like in the capitals or big cities, but also be inclusive from people from all over the country. And we drive activities both like bottom up and top down. So bottom up means that all the members in the local teams can come up with ideas and suggestions of what they want to do. So the teams are doing everything from webinars, study visits, workshops, and reports, knowledge sharing, and so on. And top down is that sometimes we have initiatives from Europe, from the like central level, you can say, which we like share and spread to the people on the local level so that they can join the activities, such as this one, which is being organized centrally, or also we coordinate on some common activities as well. So yeah, that's about it from me. So we'll move on to the next one, that is the communication team.
Thank you. So I'm Saila, the communications lead, and basically, as with Polyenergy, we do social media is the core of our team. We like it a lot, doing social media stuff together, and on the side of that, we also manage our website. 1 year ago, I started with redoing the website with Dimitri and Leila and Jacopo and Hoa, which was really nice start. And on the website, you could find all the information about us, our projects, our open positions, everything is there. And also you can find my baby project, the blog of Yes Europe, which is essentially a platform where any one of our members can just write about the topic they're interested in. They can write about their country, what they're doing for the energy transition, what they're studying, what they're working on, anything. And I think it's a really special thing for the whole organization. And also, on top of that, we have our newsletter, which is a monthly one. We have also sometimes policy newsletters as well, which, so on our newsletter you can find like all of our activities and things we are doing at the moment, so go and subscribe. So yeah, that's from me. So next up we have Bea talking about policy.
Thank you, Saila. So I will keep it as short as possible. I know it was a long couple of days, so I want to bring to your attention 3 things about the policy team. So the team in itself, as you can see, it's quite a big team, but we are keeping on recruiting because there's a lot to do.
Yes, Europe is not a political organization in itself, so what we do on the policy level is more on these 3 levels of activities. So the idea is really that, and as Livia mentioned, yes, Europe was originally a lot about engineering and technical aspects of energy, but right now we start to see that there's a space for young people in trying to understand at least what goes on in energy policy. So what we try to do is, in terms of our priorities, we try to collaborate with other organizations that are doing the same thing pretty much as us, other youth organizations with activities in energy policy. Something else that is important, especially to connect a bit, different skills, different backgrounds, try to bring the level of knowledge on what is energy policy, how does it impact then at a technological level for us as a society, what does it mean? So it's a bit about capacity building and understanding for us as citizens, what does it mean energy policy? And then we also do a lot of projects of knowledge communication, knowledge sharing and dissemination. So we have some webinars and the policy reaction videos, which are short videos that explain in the short duration what is about these recent policies, how does it affect our lives. Now and again, yes, the energy policy newsletter when it's possible. And we have an upcoming event as well, and it's a series of events on debates, live debates, and the next one will be on nuclear, so stay tuned for that. Yes, that is it from my side. I'll give the word to Jonas.
So let me talk with you about our knowledge sharing team. We have a dedicated team to share knowledge to the community. And before I talk too much, I will basically focus myself on really 2 key issues the knowledge sharing team is doing. First of all, the podcast, and second one, the Future of Energy report. In the last year, we also basically prepared the Future of Energy report, which aims to bring basically the perspective of young energy innovators towards the young community, and also to share knowledge to the broader community from energy innovators across Europe. Also on the podcast side, so switching to the next topic, we had a specific podcast in the last year where we, for example, featured the leading utility in Germany, or, for example, the battery leader in the Middle East, to share their insights as senior energy professionals towards the community, where this team really delivered an impact, and this is also what the team wants to build on in the future and want to achieve in the future. Going to partners, of course, this is like the best example of what can happen when good partners come together, like this annual conference here, where I can basically only add to what Francesco Carone already said. In the end, really also speaking from the perspective of Yes Europe, we can really appreciate to the team of Poly Energy what you did, how did you prepare this conference. And as you witnessed that right now, you can also take this as an example how we are developing, further developing our partnerships to also create better events in the future, to make more events with more partners, also with partners like EYEN and Student Energy. And from there, I will basically take over to what will happen next, what are our next endeavors basically, and this is what Leila will show to you.
Thanks. Nice. Well, you can stay on stage, no? We can all fit together, whatever. Yes, hi everyone. So what's next? We actually have a lot of projects. You met a couple of team leaders, but we have a lot that is coming. So for example, in the finance team with Jonas, they're basically creating process, also creating materials to showcase a bit what we're doing to potential partners and sponsors, and also basically reach out to people and select the type of organizations that we want to work with. We also have a couple of international events, so I think this one was the perfect example of what's possible, both on the partner side, but also great people like Ilaria who take responsibility. And we have the climate and that is coming with the French team actually, so in Paris with Deloitte as a partner. Still looking for some people to get involved at the local level, but also international level. And of course, we have the next annual conference, 2023. We don't have the location yet, so you know, here everything is possible too. Lots of projects that can happen at the international level. So, you know, we have events, we have the policy team that is always doing more, communication team, same, always a lot of projects, and you know there is also really an open space for any initiatives, so that's also something important to say, also collaborating with all the local teams that we have. And yeah, that also brings to the last point, so scale up. We are growing a lot already, but we want to continue. And that means that we need people to coordinate a bit everything that's happening, you know, to have great projects possible. You need money, you need a bit of coordination and leadership, but we also have space for new projects, and that's really important to always have new people joining us to make sure that we have a lot, always more diversity and always a lot of new ideas. And so actually, we do have a couple of open positions, quite important one, like the presidency, so you know, if you want to join, reach out. No, but we have a lot of open position in the international team for the presidency. It's also important to have like a change in the board, in people having like maybe a bit more vision and responsibility in the organization to make sure that we always innovate. And here you have a couple of examples, also future of energy reports, that would be more knowledge sharing. So it's really diverse in the type of jobs that you can basically do. 13 more on the website. And again, that's the ideas that we have, but also everything is possible within the community. And that brings us to the conclusion by Dimitri.
Yeah, so you've seen the title, but first just want to loop it back to the history of Yes Europe and how it started in 2016 at EPFL in Switzerland, where it was the first annual conference that brought students from different countries together. And then there was another one in Madrid, in Berlin, in Delft, and then there was the one in 2020 that was supposed to happen in Torino, and which didn't happen because of COVID. And so we had to postpone it for a year. We're already in collaboration with Poly Energy back then, and then we did the one of 2021 online. And then finally we are here together, thanks to Poly Energy, thanks to the team Italy. And I think it's just amazing that we managed to finally meet together after 2 years. It's just great. And so what we wanted to do is just to invite all the people from Poly Energy and the organizers teams from the team Italy to come on the scene here and to be applauded. So if you can come.
Il fotografo ok, perché salite? Con la mascherina. Ah, con la mascherina. Su.
Proprio il centro della scena, no?
So many people. Oh.
We're taking a picture first. You stay there. Sì, ma sono spariti. Mi sentono. C'è gente lì. Andrea? Daniela? Io non corro.
Scriviamo gruppo staff.
Sono spariti. Filippo cosa fa? Ah. Lì.
Pardon? Just one sec, I'm a late guest. Okay, let's wait 5 minutes. Giusto, c'hai pure ragione. 2 minuti, un secondo. All together, no?
Vedi venire Daniele.
Ha detto prima che ha partecipato a una conference e poi vengono anche loro alla seconda foto.
So,
Wait. Is it work? Hello? Ah, yeah. Wait here. We also have a little gift just from Switzerland and a little picture with all of us. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, so first that and then the gift that is spoiled.
Somebody has to go.